That's what we spoke about yesterday. Exactly.
You have PowerPoint? You got your PowerPoint? No? Just
Yes.
laptop.
Yes. But I have other people's PowerPoint. Where do I email it to?
You send to my
Send
email.
to your email.
And then
Okay.
I will send to them.
Got it. How do you look on the screen? How's the angle? Good, huh? Okay. Okay. Good.
You have PowerPoint or?
No.
I don't.
It's there. It's there. And it generates all of it. Very interesting. That's the communist. It can be deducted.
Somewhere linear.
Good. Oh, I have grand. Look at Swiftly there. Oh, very nice. I see, I see, I see. That's my youngest granddaughter. This, yeah, this is the two of them.
Madalena, a minha Madonna.
Madeleine is my daughter. Ralph was the mother. That's Sophia Vera from last week. Sophia and Vera. Granddaughter. Yeah. Yeah. So that's yeah. Yeah, Greek.
Aqui você meti um.
I think you're the rest. Very congested money. Um, golden green chocolate. Yeah. Increasing. That's the golden green. And it has been going on and on and on and on. Uh-huh. Exactly. Money, money is psychological.
Sim. Iluminar.
It's like a piece of butter for Chinese food. I don't know if you ever heard of privileges. Statistics is Greek class.
Well, but it's true. It's not true. Well, yeah, that's right. But it's not. We Russia is a big country. Australia, the loss of population is another. It's amazing, actually. It's not a considerable, a serious threat. Though I would say the Russian government is actually paying attention. It's very difficult. It cannot be done by Russia itself. Russia needs Russia because the Moscow migration is Russia. But I think your situation is probably more complicated.
Our population is declining, so we can never keep our population growing.
Yeah, but you have Chinese now, and you have in many cases we need many things similar between Russia and Israel. Territory, difficulties transfer for us mostly for politics, for Australia mostly because it's lucky that you have great principles without relying consequences. And the taste of knowledge. It's a lot. It's a very difficult question. Here is an offense.
a lot of Indian I don't. These are the two things that are. I always felt like yeah, it's true. Yeah. But, well, I can. No matter how did you go with the manufacturer? I want to understand. I don't. I have to study a lot. Спасибо, yeah. And I
Hello, everyone. I'd like everyone to please finish their coffee time. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes.
Two minutes.
Пришли с Богом и общаемся. Артем будет? Артем будет?
All right. Hello and welcome to our event here between the Community Agency for Rural Development and Relex Development. We are here in Yangon, Myanmar today to explore a oft and critical problem in the world today, namely digital economic transformation. However, this, we believe, is an opportunity for countries in smaller states, frontier nations, et al., to be able to make paramount leapfrogs in terms of their development within this process. I would like to welcome the following people who are going to be speaking at today's event. First, we're going to have Mr. Siegfried Wolf. He is the research director of the South Asia Democratic Forum, which is an EU institution based out of Brussels. Siegfried, thank you for being here today. We are, yes. We also have U Tin Tun U. He is the director for the Tenenga Institute for Strategic Studies, which is a very prominent think tank here in Myanmar. And we'll be learning more about what he does today as well. We have Stente Vogt. Yes, and he is from Mekong Economics. They do very interesting work in terms of economic research, in terms of development. They also do some things in connection with the UN as well. Next, we have Oksana Lozitskaya. Oksana is the founder and author of the Digital System Transformation in Belarus, and she was very influential in the outcome of President Alexander Lukashenko's Decree Number 8, and she will be talking about digital transformation in terms of how it can be galvanized in terms of interregional cooperation in terms of digital transformation. All right. We have Scott Duncan in the room today. Scott Duncan has experience with the Australian government, with the Central Coast Council in New South Wales, Australia. His specialty is urban and town planning. Scott will be also talking along with Oksana about how technologies can galvanize interregional integration. We have Professor Alexei Voskresenskiy, and he is the director for the Center of Integrated Sinology and Regional Projects at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations. Next, we have Mr. Ne Ung, the founder and CEO of OWAY. And we also have Ravindra Jain as well. And we have Kieran Rabbit. They will be coming in for a later session today. Next, we have Dr. Min Za U, who is the executive director. And we have Paulo Kasaka. And Paulo Kasaka is a former member of the EU Parliament. He will be speaking on the exploration of prospects for creating an rural-urban mixed economy across territories. And then we have Ms. Shravana Barua, who will also be speaking later today on that same topic. She is from the Nepal Institute of International Cooperation. Lastly, for the last session, we have Professor Victor Kane. Yes, if you can see him. Okay. And he is the head of the Asia Graduate Center as far as the School of Business and Management at RMIT University in Vietnam. Next, we have the Emerging Europe Alliance as well, which will be brought in via Skype. And it will be very interesting to learn about as well. To wit, we believe that Emerging Europe Alliance is quite interesting. So Relex Development has decided to join the Emerging Europe Alliance as well. The Emerging Europe Alliance represents 23 countries in terms of how economic development strategies can propel the region forward, including the Republic of Belarus. So I would like to, welcome all of you here today. And I think that we have a diverse, array of speakers on various topics that we can come together and fill the tapestry of what digital transformation is. We need support in terms of technological and sub-technological groups. There's the need to galvanize political support. There's the need to galvanize and stimulate the interest of think tanks and other regional organizations. So it is with my deepest honor to have all of you here today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of discussions we can have today. I would like to mention, though, that this is a Relex development event along with CAD, and in that sense, if any of you would like to contribute to the discussion at any time, because you can see this is a very intimate group, okay, any means, raise your hand. You can do so during a presentation, and then one of our technicians over here will give you the mic, because we believe that as far as Relex development, real development comes when the insights of all the community is heard. So that's our motto as far as being, working, collaborating with what we call proxy developers rather than investors. Okay. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Joseph Win Halang U. Please come to the stage, sir. Actually, I have yes.
Good morning, everybody. Actually, we are a bit already late, so I will skip my time. But as a hosting country and organization, I would like to welcome you all that uh, your participation. And this event is, uh, I hope, promoting our country among Europe, among Russian, and around the world. That Myanmar is one of the best places where digital economy can be done by investors around the world. So please bring this message. Please bring your experience in Yangon to your neighbors around the world that Myanmar is welcoming foreign investors and bringing technology for our country peoples. And I hope you enjoy today and tomorrow. I'm very sorry that the hotel management team wrongly pro- produced the banner, so we are a bit late. But that's why, to save the time and to follow the schedule, I will skip my PowerPoint and my presentation. I let you start from the rest. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. Bye bye. Thank you.
that's no worries. I believe that I can provide enough ancillary information so that we can get a good idea of what Joseph does, because it does tie into our presentation as well. If you can please load up the presentation, please, yeah. So from starters, let me give you a brief outline of my background. I not only have an anti-fraud background, like fewer of you in the room, but like many of you in the room, I do have a geopolitics background as well. I was the project leader for various initiatives, both in terms of cybersecurity as well as Asia Pacific economy and cooperation. So I did that for some years, and I advised for various governments and Fortune 500 companies during that time. I then moved into private equity. And when I was doing so, I realized that there was an issue with it, in the sense of when you were finding investors and when you were matching it with projects. I noticed a little bit of a quandary when I was doing this in countries such as Thailand and Cambodia and Vietnam and so on and so forth. And the issue was, and really came down to, the fact that the projects were located in places where investors were, from the first round of filtering, would not even consider these places for investment. I had interesting talks with key decision makers at Walmart, and also other big box retailers such as Costco. Come to Vietnam, and they said right away, this country does not fit within our suitability profile, and so it's going to have to be up for the next review. Let's talk in 2020. Not the kind of response I was going to expect, but too many investment considerations were made upon the fact of, first off, where's the country? Where's the country? Not what is the quality of the project at hand. Okay. What we did is we set out to change that. And in 2017, I came up with the idea that essentially frontier markets were being judged on what country they were from, rather than the quality of the project in which that it came from. So in regards to that, we found out that there, of the countries in the world, the top 10 countries got 75% of all eligible investment capital into all countries. And that made no sense to me. There's 200 countries in the world, yet only 10 countries are getting the brunt of the investment. Now, is fraud rife in these 10 countries? You betcha. Just in the UK last year, there was a building stadium that was made in one of the top 10 countries that tens of millions of dollars was absconded from because they were unable to track dispersed funds for the construction of a stadium. The people of this township had firsthand knowledge, in a developed country, mind you, of the issues that came with disbursement of investment via our traditional system. We set out to change that, and by using blockchain in order to create an immutable record between investor and developer, and also by being able to track when the withdrawals took place within the country of the developer, we realized we're able to solve this problem. And so in 2018, we set out to create interest of investment within the country of Vietnam, and as well as other countries. And we found out that this solution was able to better facilitate foreign direct investment into these frontier and developing countries, of which that I believe my presentation is finally ready. Yes? So if you guys can bring it to the first page, if you could so kindly do so. Sure. Okay. So yeah, we have our presentation. Sometimes we all have late flights in our lives, but the most important thing is to get to our destination. Hopefully without too much ruffled feathers. Yeah. So I am the CEO of Relex. I gave you an idea as far as what my background is. And what we do is we work with real estate development and crowdfunding on the blockchain. And I'm going to explain exactly what that is and exactly how this plays into digital transformation as a whole. Okay. All right. So what is Relex? So Relex is the world's first cryptocurrency uh, real estate development investment platform. I mentioned that to be very specific. There are many cryptocurrencies out there, and there has been very little delivery on actual translation from promises into product or promises into service. We have already taken care of all of those things. We set out to determine a crowdfunding jurisdiction, and we did so. And we set out to, build our platform so that we're able to house and assist investments in developed and developing countries around the world, of which we've already done so. So you can see the next sentence as far as Relex provides transparency, accountability, and immutability to real estate development opportunities that could otherwise be considered too risky and opaque. That's exactly what I was talking about before, in terms of that you have a riskier profile from the appearance if you go through a traditional filtering system on projects. But what you're missing out is when you're filtering by country rather than filtering by the actual quality of the project, you are missing out on very, very, very lucrative opportunities. In the past 10 years, for instance, in Vietnam, there has been a huge boom, not only in terms of raw GDP numbers, but in terms of very, very strong FDI numbers going into the country as well. But yet, there were many investors that considered Vietnam not to be an investable market in terms of the real estate development market, and it also had knock-on effects on infrastructure as well. You have that against the background of a country where it's very, very hungry for FDI, and you also have a situation where domestically funding these projects from a domestic perspective alone is challenging, to say the least. Yeah. So Relex, as far as participants in Relex, have the opportunity to invest in projects, commercial, industrial, residential, during the development phase, results in exciting opportunities such as passive income, equity stakes, proxy ownership of property. Okay. In order to do this, by not only being the first in the world to do so, we wanted to make sure that we did it in the most gold star way possible. So we partnered with Catapult, which is a worldwide investment regulatory compliance solution that we worked with. And what does that mean? It allows us to be compliant in multiple jurisdictions at the same time, which is actually what larger banks have mentioned in private conversation that they would like to do, but previously there wasn't a solution to do so. Whereas with partnering with Catapult, we're able to be make offerings around the world and also be compliant across various different countries. Okay, so when we right now we have approval from the Republic of Belarus. If we want to diversify our offerings and we want to do so, we can do it in Singapore or Hong Kong, and we wouldn't be able to do so unless that we had the right compliance platform behind it. And I'm happy to say that we do have that. So next one. Relex in numbers. In terms of 2018, we delivered a 37% return on investment for the full year from January 1st to December 31st in 2018. This is very profound in the context that most cryptocurrencies in 2018 lost money for their investors. Instead of doing what we believe to be not an optimal solution, such as an ICO, we instead went for a direct-to-market approach, and it was a very positive benefit in terms of our investors. So by year end, we were able to deliver a 37% year-over-year return when banks came out with reports in 2018 where as much as 90% plus of total asset classes went negative for the year of 2018. So we're talking about all asset classes across the board. We're talking about stocks, we're talking about bonds, we're talking about gold, we're talking about real estate. It was a very difficult year in order to get returns, yet we were still able to return an investment return by the end of the year of 37%. From July to year end, we grew at a 29% growth rate, and we had about 300 users from the launch of the platform from October to now. So here's very important, and this is what I was mentioning with Joseph. By the end of 2019, 10% of the Relex infrastructure arm, which is a dedicated amount of Relex tokens, you could say 10% of the money supply, okay, has been devoted to government infrastructure projects, of which that we have already dispersed 10% of our Relex infrastructure arm to Joseph Win Haleng U's road building project in Western Myanmar, of which that I hope that you have time later on to talk more about, perhaps at the closing note. Yes. All right. I said that before that traditionally you have a balance between investors and developers, whereas this is more of a proxy developer relationship. And what does that mean? Proxy developers are people that actively take part in the development of the infrastructure project, of the real estate project, and we believe that this brings superior results in terms of better ideas, better implementation, better oversight, more eyes on the project. And we also believe it creates less fraud. Okay. We believe ultimately that this makes projects more investable and more attractive to investors. Okay. So it's an idea as far as the proxy development model there. All right. Some of our projects, we've worked with Empire Group in Vietnam. We also have, as far as on our proxy development platform, we've been working with FLC Group regarding the yacht port that our managing director, Peter Lee, who is ex-VP at JP Morgan, proposed to FLC Group at last year's event, as far as our annual investors event of relaxation. Yeah. So that's just an idea as far as what we have. Look at the final sentence. Okay. This offerings for a full unit purchase that'll give an estimated return of 11% annually for 8 years. It's actually not an estimated, it's a developer guarantee. So you're dealing with a country that gives you an 11% guaranteed return for 8 years, yet it's in Vietnam. So the very fact that the USD is going into the USD banked system in Vietnam alone turns people off, because they are unsure where their money is going to go once it ends up in a bank account that's not theirs. The one thing that I can give you guys to take away is that the difference between a blockchain-based transaction and a USD-based transaction, you cannot audit or check the other person's bank account once that you've sent the funds over. That is when the opaque process begins, and you are unable to see as far as what's going on with that transaction. If you don't believe me, make a $100 investment into a country other than Myanmar, other than the country that you're from. Try to call the bank and try to make them disclose to you what exactly happened with your investment capital once it was sent out. I guarantee you, you're going to have a headache in doing so. Whereas, in the comfort of your own home, you can track where your funds went to, when the developer actually withdrew the funds, and then we have a better idea how to gauge metrics of phase one, underground construction. How was that executed? How were the funds dispersed? Was it done in an efficient manner? And so on and so on and so forth. So these are the kinds of things that we solve, and we're happy to say that we're the first in the world to implement such solution in the field of blockchain-based real estate development. Okay, and there are many implications to infrastructure as well. Okay, so what's next for Relex? We're looking for the right jurisdiction. Well, that's actually a little bit dated because we already have the right jurisdiction. We just opened up a new joint stock company in Republic of Belarus because we were attracted by the opportunities afforded by not only Decree Number 8 as far as President Alexander Lukashenko's decree, as well as the benefits afforded to foreign investors in the Orsha offshore investment zone, which is brand new and offers even greater incentives, arguably, than does the Park of High Technologies. Secondly, we're deepening cooperation with governments to launch more infrastructure offerings, providing more and more people with access to financial tools and funding. Currently, we have government cooperation with local authorities in Belarus, Vietnam, and we are also working more closely with concerned parties in Myanmar as well. As far as number 3, we are forging relationships with new investors in preparation for a large-scale rollout use of our proxy development platform across countries, territories, and regions. And as well as I told you, as far as our proxy development model as well. Yeah. So that's basically Relex in a nutshell. But what we're doing in one sentence or less, maybe 2, is we are overturning the old order in which only these top 10 countries get 75% of all real estate investment consideration. We don't consider that's really a fair deal as far as the world is concerned, and our blockchain solution is set to overturn that and achieve that. Thank you. And if anybody has any questions, please, Thank you. So next, I would like to have Siegfried Wolf will be our moderator for this session in terms of geoeconomics or geopolitics, a catalyst for integrating South Asia and Southeast Asia, okay? Of which that I would also like to welcome aboard the speakers as well, U Tin Tun U and Stente Vogt.
So yeah, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear co-panelists, dear colleagues, it's for me a great pleasure and honor to be here and to open the first session of our conference today. But before we start, of course, I want to say thank you to the organizer, in particular the community agency for rural development, to bring us here together in such a wonderful location. But I also want to, in particular, I want to express my gratitude to the Relex company, development company, to sponsor and help to support this event. And yeah, thank you very much in this direction. Our panel today, the first session is, as you already mentioned, geoeconomics or geopolitics, a catalyst for integrating South Asia and Southeast Asia. Basically, I want to say I don't believe so much in this dichotomy, geoeconomics or geopolitics. However, this title makes an important reference to crucial trajectory we are facing today. But nevertheless, I would say something like we are living in a time where geoeconomics meets geopolitics. Having this in mind, You already introduced my co-speaker, so I don't want to lose more time in this direction and start immediately with my own presentation, following the schedule of the conference. The title of my presentation is Regional Cooperation in a Trilateral Context, EU, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. I will speak generally on the context of about the emerging South and Southeast Asia relations. Actually, I just give you an interview, and where I stop, Stan will then continue. And then I will focus or draw your attention on the interest of the three regional entities, with particular focus, of course, India for South Asia and Myanmar for Southeast Asia. Otherwise, we are going totally overboard. I have no chance at all to refer to all countries. So, of course, the concerns are important, and we should have a brief look at the former, present, and upcoming challenges for the three entities to work together. I was asked to do so, and I think also interesting for us here. This makes also sense because we are coming from Brussels, Paula and me, to shed some light on the role of the European Union in promoting regional development, cooperation, and integration. With also here, this is a huge area, so I just can pick this, certain issues like the EU-ASEAN development cooperation, and of course, since we're in Myanmar, to look about the EU engagement with our host country. And last but not least, some ideas, some views on the way forward. So how these two areas, South Asia and Southeast Asia, developed? Basically, today we can say there's a general agreement about a rising awareness that this region has to work more closely together. We had already some expression of political willingness in the past, but in particular last year, it's got seriously reconfirmed at the daily declaration of the India-ASEAN Summit, I think January, February last year, to work more closely together. But what is the rationale behind it? What are the push and pull factors? Why the two regions want to work together? First of all, there's a kind of observation that the Western economies, I put this in brackets, are struggling, and that the demands for goods are going down, and at the moment it doesn't look really so good in Europe. Let's see how we proceed there, but at least this is incentives for the two regions to work more together, to develop new markets, in particular food markets, and to increase their trade. The regions are faced, or the whole world is faced with growing tensions between the so-called great power or major powers, likely, for example, the US and Russia and US and China. The news are full about that. We have also a development, which I would call the post-Second World War security architectures in the flux. A lot of new things are development. The international relations are reshuffling. So this also gives food for thought for the countries. We have a kind of revival of the ancient cultural trade ties, in particular via India, who would like to emphasize this in their relations with Southeast Asia. As you all know here from the area, the traditional ties between India and Southeast Asia got cut down because of colonial rule, and which would then continue to the so-called Cold War divide. And the last but not least important push factor from my perspective is an increasingly Chinese presence in the area. I want to just point out a few things here in this direction, how we can identify this, how this Chinese presence is increasing Chinese activities. First, increasing naval forces. We have the build-up of naval bases and artificial islands. As you all know, the Belt and Road initiatives seems to be everywhere now, with via all the different kind of connectivity projects, from digital economy to streets, railways, pipelines. We have also a phenomenon which I would call like the establishment of a new international order and rule of law, which goes hand in hand with an undermining of the existing international order and existing international institutions. And we have a kind of, we can talk later about it, which I call also, the international press calls influence operation of China in other countries. What are the common interests of these three areas? Of course, security and peace. There's also an understanding that one has to push cooperative multilateralism, regional cooperation and integration. There's a strong belief in sustainable growth and stability in the Indian Ocean, ASEAN region. The need to ensure the access to new and established markets, increase of trade, maintaining open and secure sea lanes of communication, of trade and freedom of navigation. We can add here strengthening of international mechanism, institutional law and dispute mechanism, harmonizing of international law, securing access and control over national resources, or here we can also add the keyword South China Sea, which gained a lot of prominence in the last years. And last but not least, in this direction, issues related to environment, health, and climate change. This is just a short list of important issues. We can extend it, of course, much more. What are the common concerns? The classical problems we have here: piracy, illegal fishing, trafficking, smuggling, transnational organized crime. Global terrorism is also emerging here, what I would call internationalization and hijacking of local conflicts. I don't want to add no particular issue, but many countries in Southeast Asia have the experience. I can only talk from South Asia, that international terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, are jumping on local conflicts and pushing it and making this for their own cause. We have the, particularly for us in Europe, and you too here, we have a huge problem with illegal migration and refugee crisis. It is not only a humanitarian cause. Yeah? We can't underestimate the humanitarian issues, but we have also to see it's a security issue. Yeah? Which got often forgotten in the international media and by human rights organizations. We don't do us a favor and people a favor when we ignore those issues, a security dimension of it. There's propensity for conflict and natural calamities. Yeah, for example, tsunami, early warning system. There's also a huge list of things we have to address commonly. As I already indicated earlier, we have a more assertive and powerful China. This changing security architecture is not only worrying the countries here, but also from Europe. It's a worrying perspective. We have a emergence of alternative Chinese dominate models of dispute resolutions. I can't go so much in details, but just for mention a little bit background information in the context of Belt and Road. We have not only the emergence of new international financial mechanisms to fund this huge development project and new Silk Road fund, but we have to see the emergence of new court system. Yeah, that China is not pleased with the international existing court system that they're starting to set up. The new courts for land-based conflicts, for sea-based conflicts, and of course, these courts are based in China. Yeah. What are the challenges for the cooperation? Why it didn't work so well until now? Basically, we have to see there are different threat perception and priorities. This we have to understand. Being Europe, we did not look much on South Asia, Southeast Asia. Yeah. Our view was on United States and Russia, Islamic terrorism, Middle East, North Africa, and migrant crisis now, and also, of course, Brexit, as you all know. So we are a Eurozone crisis. So we are preoccupied with a lot of different things. So there was not much capacity to look, unfortunately, to these areas here. But a lot of things are changing. We had just recently the new EU-India strategic partnership and strategy. So I hope in this direction, but also much more happening towards Southeast Asia. But also this area here was preoccupied and busy with other issues. Yeah, I mean, South Asia did not look much towards Europe. They looked towards China, that issue of cross-border terrorism and things. That's just to mention 2 or 3 things. There's also, we have to say, a lack of trust and understanding about joint political concerns and security issues, but there's also kind now of new understanding that South Asia, Southeast Asia, and also us, we have common problems. For example, we have also common neighborhood. The things what happened in the Middle East is not only affecting us in Europe, it's also affecting you. So what we have something like a joint neighborhood, we could say. Yeah. These are issues which affect all of us, not only us in Europe, but in Brussels, but also here in New Delhi and in Yangon and other cities here in Southeast Asia. We had the problem that there was not really an outward, an active foreign policy towards each other. Yeah? In particular, when there were some issues, I mean, just add some local examples, India started with the low East policy in the 90s. But besides some expression of will, nothing really happened. As you know, this was a paper tiger. Now it's getting more steam with the Act East policy from the new government in India. But nevertheless, we have to see how this will develop now. If, say, that's the word, will turn into action. And from our side, we had a lack of sufficient mechanism and a mechanism to work together. But here we have a lot of improvements now. So how get the EU active? What they can offer? What they're doing in the regional development issue? One of the most important instruments here for the area is the EU-ASEAN Development Cooperation. We have basically 5 main cooperation areas: high-level dialogue on sustainable development, political and security cooperation, economic cooperation, socio-cultural cooperation, and bilateral cooperation. Here we have basically 3 different types of programs we have in Brussels. Regional integration programs, here the main beneficiary country Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam, and the Philippines, and we have an area which we call regional programs. This is a specific thematics area. I will add some examples later. And we have bilateral assistance to ASEAN member states, where also Myanmar is one of the main beneficiary countries. So how the EU will get active here in Myanmar? Basically, what are the goals? So in the strategic overall objective from the Council are support peace and national reconciliation, assist in building of a functioning democracy, foster development and trade, support the reintegration of Myanmar into the international community. Actually, this is our initial idea, but they are not all approached. We have now more specific issues, which got then really also then in fact implemented. We have 170 million in the current period from 2014 to 2020, which means that the European Union doubled their engagement in financial terms in the ASEAN area. Just to add here some programs and some related numbers. Grants of dialogue facility, female migrant workers, higher education, student mobility for ASEAN countries, and of course sustainability and inclusive education. But I think Stan will add more here in this direction. The EU cooperation Myanmar aims to support the continuation of the reform. This is more concrete than the country's efforts to build a functioning democracy, to foster inclusive development, sustainable development. And here, altogether, only for Myanmar, the whole amount is around 688 million worth of bilateral assistance. So we are talking about the bilateral mechanism, which makes the EU one of the major donors of Myanmar. Okay. Basically, with above this, we are going more now on the overall, also for the priority areas which are interested now in cooperation with the government here. Civil society and international partners should be supported, the cooperation with them, rural development, agriculture, food and nutrition security, education, and governance, rule of law, state capacity building, and peace building. This is where the main programs are focusing on now. What does the instrument? Actually, I'm soon to close. We have the bilateral instrument, we have thematic and regional programs. Just to give you a concrete example, European Instrument for Democracy, Human Rights, Non-State Actors, and Local Authority programs, energy thematic programs, including environment and natural issue resources. We have the ARISE program, which is focusing in particular on a dialogue. And the Compass is also another program, EU institution capacity building project for ASEAN monitoring and statistic program. We have programs to contribute stability and peace instrument. And it's interesting also the Swiss Asia program, which support sustainable consumption and production. And actually, there's a next tender end of this month. So who's interested should look this program up. The way forward. We have to continue with this new idea towards a more forward-looking active foreign policy. We have to look towards more strategic cooperation instead of doing this ad hoc brief actions. We have to push more multilateral mechanisms instead just to have this bilateral focus. We need to focus more to create this common understanding of joint interests and shared concerns. The neighborhood is important to understand that what's going on in other countries affects both of us, so to give us a particular incentive to work together. We have to set up more different layers of dialogues, and we have to push more straight and economic interaction via, for example, FTA, and here DG Trade is to also do much more in this direction, which they're already doing. They're good on a good way, and then last but not least, we have to help together to strengthen the international law and norms and to push the liberal order, which is rule-based. Thank you so much for your attention. Now I want to invite Stan for his, or no, you don't need PowerPoint, right?
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Teng Tong, Executive Director of Tenica Institute for Strategic Study. Our institute, founded in 2015, focused on the three sectors. These are defense, security, and peace process. Today, I'm very thankful for Relex Development and CAD Myanmar, and also Sir Joseph, who invited me to speak here. Today, our discussion on the title of Geoeconomics or Geopolitics, a characteristics of integrating South Asia and Southeast Asia. To do all, geopolitics completion in reshaping the global economy and unraveling global power, relationship, and governance. In the United States national security system, geoeconomics and geopolitics represent two parallel strategic orientations. The geoeconomic component's unique distinction from geopolitics is the emphasis on the potential strategic economic influence on global political, financial, and military development. Geopolitics emphasizes military, security, and territorial issues. In contrast, the evolving geoeconomic strategy emphasizes the economic impact on the state and society in pursuit of traditional geopolitical goals. According to the geopolitical point of view, in the South Asia and Southeast Asia, the ringworm theory already affected. This is thing of our consumption, especially for the ringworm theory. The ringworm is the concept championed by Nicholas G. Spikeman, professor of the international relations at the Yale University. He described the maritime fringe of a country or continent, in particular the densely populated western, southern, and eastern edge of the Eurasian continent. He criticized McKenna for overrating the heartland as being of immense strategic importance due to its vast size, central geographical location, and supremacy of land power rather than sea power. Especially for the Rimland theory, the Rimland is a great importance coming from its demographic weight, natural resources, and industrial development. Spikeman see it's important as the reason that the Rimland will be crucial to connecting the land. So the main problem today happen in the Asia and South Asia is that the Western country, mostly US, thinking about the remnant theory, and also China, they want to be evolved BRI, Belt Initiative. So the two are really conflicted in this our area. This is geopolitical point of view. For geoeconomics, geoeconomics has been recognized as one of a range of non-military tools. Geoeconomics is both the antithesis and the greatest triumph of economic globalization. It is the overwhelming dependence of all countries on the global economy, which makes the thrust of shutting them out so effective. And after 2 decades of coming together, many countries are focusing on the challenge of interdependence as well as on its benefits. The politicizing tendency of geoeconomics bring opportunities and challenges for the geoeconomic development between China and ASEAN countries. At present, many geopolitical factors influence the process of geoeconomic cooperation, such as territorial sovereignty dispute in the South China Sea and ASEAN great power balance diplomacy. Asia, which is characterized by high level of economic interdependence. The same interdependence which made China rise is possible in the first place economic statecraft has become the foreign policy instrument of choice for great power. With the rise of China and the implementation of the 21st century maritime Silk Road strategy, research on geoeconomics between China and ASEAN has become increasingly important. Current study mainly focus on the influencing factor, while there's a later consideration about these influencing factors and on geoeconomic relationship. With the rise of China and the implementation of the 21st century maritime Silk Road, research on geoeconomics between China and ASEAN countries has become increasingly important. Since the establishment of a China-ASEAN strategic partnership in 2003, economic and trade cooperation have achieved remarkable performance. The Ministry of Commerce of China reported that the bilateral trade volume between China and ASEAN countries rocketed sharply from $78.2 billion in 2003 to $452.2 billion in 2016. By the end of 2016, China had been ASEAN's largest trading partner for 7 consecutive years, and ASEAN had been China's third largest trading partner for 5 consecutive years. Furthermore, the Chinese government advanced and carried out One Belt One Road strategy in 2013, which consists of the Silk Road Economic Belt, a land-based belt connecting China, Central Asia, Eurasia, and Europe, and the 21st century maritime system and sea-based road linking China Eastern Seaboard to Southeast Asia. Also, ASEAN countries are an essential intermediary for foreign exchange and cooperation of China economy. It is also an important economic channel for China imports and exports. China trade resources and products with Europe and Africa, such as natural resources, energy resources, mineral resources, agricultural products, machinery, and electronic products. And nearly 80% of these trade need to pass through the Strait of Malacca. Therefore, the strategic location of ASEAN countries promotes geo-economic cooperation. Now, I discuss on another issue. Most of the scholars are writing on this issue, very interesting facts and figure, and also showing about the advantages and disadvantages. According to our research, geoeconomy is most popular in globalization. Among them, China already leads on economic sector, very huge amount. And they already launched the huge project BRI and wrapping around the whole world. This means that the big economic opportunities start to evolve in Asia and Europe continent. So we got a question. Can we join or not in BRI? I believe this is tough question for everyone. Because of every country must be based on their national interests. We need to emphasize on advantages and disadvantages of BRI very carefully. For example, China Liberation Army, it's already based on the Djibouti, Kenya, and also there's some problem with the port of the Kenya, the Mombasa port. The first problem in the Kenya. The second one, Hambantota in the Sri Lanka. This is the problem also. And the third one, project owner of the Malaysia, its amount of US 27.4 billion. East Coast Railway Leak. Now Malaysia already suspended this project. So we need to re-emphasize very carefully advantages and disadvantages of the geoeconomic effect. As Myanmar, we are facing the similar issue between Myanmar and China. These are Jiaofu Deep Sea Port and Nisondam project. I want to discuss about this on my point of view. For the economist purpose, Jiaofu Deep Sea Port and Nisondam project are should do for Myanmar for economist development. The profit of the future is very interesting. Otherwise, the main data for each project are noticed for some inconvenience. For example, share percentage on investment, project size, and location, etc. The main problem is we not get the correct data and information currently. So most of the people are very massive in rumor and hearsay. This phenomenon leads to misunderstanding, for my opinion. Both of these are need to fulfill for our economic growth. On the other hand, first problem is every project which is doing in Myanmar need to represent the profit, advantages, and transparency. In this case, the government also need to show transparency and responsibility. So, for conclusion, the answer of geoeconomics and geopolitics, the catalyst or integration South Asia and Southeast Asia, for my answer is yes, but we need to be carefully. The focus on key regional player and sub-global policy rather than worldwide institution is necessary. The truth, we must focus on our national interests always. That's all of my discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your very kind, interesting words and that you raise what issue, in particular the question which many countries are asking now, to join or not to join the Belt and Road Initiative, but I hope we will have soon more opportunity in the Q&A session to go into detail. Perhaps I can also give you some hints on what's going on in Pakistan, the most advanced economic corridor of the Belt and Road, and here for sure certain lessons which is worth to look at from the Southeast Asian perspective. But I want to pass over.
Okay. Good morning, all. First of all, thank you to Keith and Joseph for having me. My name is Stente Vocht. I'm from the Netherlands and I'm working at Mekong Economics as an economist. And I'm based here in Myanmar. I'll be talking about the
topic of geoeconomics, geopolitics, more from an economics perspective, and I'll provide some background for the other speakers in the following sessions.
Can you switch to remote control?
Can you okay. Excuse me for that. Yes, certainly. Okay. So I'll be talking about where regional integration between South Asia and Southeast Asia is standing right now at the moment. And the aim of my talk is to contrast like the political, high-level dialogue with like the reality on the ground. And we'll present some data to illustrate the current situation, and it will be briefly touching upon the political agenda, global value chain, trade, investment, and infrastructure. So the focus for South Asia will be India, but we don't have that much time, and India is the most important country within South Asia, with 85% of South Asia's economy. The focus for Southeast Asia will be Myanmar, as we of course here at the moment. And one disclaimer up front, I'm not an expert on digital connectivity. However, I acknowledge it's very important and potentially a solution for many issues. I'll be coming back to this at the end of my presentation, but I'm sure that there are many experts in the room here who will be speaking about the topic of digital connectivity. To start with geopolitics, briefly on India's policy agenda for ASEAN. In the 90s, there was the Look East initiative that developed into the Act East policy since 2014 when Prime Minister Modi took office. The Act East policy of India aims to build relations with the nations in Southeast Asia, but also East Asia, on many levels, security, but mostly from what I'm interested in is the economic perspective, so trade relations. And from India's perspective, the northeastern region, the 7 sister states, are the gateway to ASEAN and East Asia. So it's an external policy for India, but it's also a way to develop its own internal economy, especially in the northeastern region. And it's important to note that this northeastern region that is bordering Myanmar is also one of the poorest regions and least developed of India. Myanmar is strategically located between South Asia and Southeast Asia, and often called that it can potentially be the bridge between both regions. And if we look at bilateral relationships between India and Myanmar, they've become closer in recent years. Modi visited Myanmar in 2017. The president came over, I think, in December, and Aung San Suu Kyi has been in India last year. Myanmar is also where China meets India, which is also the title of a really good book from Uttam Mint, which I would recommend everyone to read who's interested in this topic. But what is very important here is that India is not China. That's what I will be showing later with some data. Because if we look at ASEAN and Myanmar, the landscape is dominated by trade and investment from China and Japan, Korea, mostly the East Asian countries. Also, if we look at infrastructure, most investment and the projects are done by China on the One Belt, One Road and by Japan. On the political level, there's high influence from China and also economic dependence from many nations on China. So I'm talking about Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and also others. Economic integration within the region takes place through global value chains, where China is the hub for the Southeast Asian countries. So we move on to economic integration and then have a look at global value chains. There was a World Bank study in 2016 which identified 3 main hubs in the world when it comes to global value chains: the US, Germany, and China. The report also noted that Southeast Asia is an example of a region that has been well integrated into the global value chains as part of the China network. If we then look at India, India is down there, like very small, not integrated in global value chains, or not comparable to China at least. And the same holds for Myanmar, which is also not very much integrated in global value chains because there are not many large factories such as Samsung that have the plants here in Myanmar. They have the plants in Vietnam, for example. Important to know about South Asia and the South Asian region and India is that in intra-regional trade in that region is extremely low because there are very high trade barriers between India and Pakistan, India and Bangladesh. And if we look at numbers, the interregional trade in South Asia is below 5%. If you compare it to other regions in Asia, it's 25% for Southeast Asia and 35% for East Asia. And if we look at the single market in the EU, there's 60% of all trade is interregional. So India's trade with its direct neighbors, of which Myanmar is also one, is minimal. So India's trade with South Asia is only 3%, which is like a ridiculous low number if you look and then consider that the nations next to India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh have like a really high population. If we look at Indian trade with ASEAN and look at some data, then first, if you look at exports over the past 10 years, in value it has increased from 20 billion to around 35 billion. Same trend you can see for imports, and then total trade adds up to over 80 billion at the moment. So it seems like in the past decade it has increased, but then if we look at the shares in total exports, total imports, and total trade, you will see that it has remained mostly the same. So in terms of value and volume, trade has increased between India and ASEAN, but not in terms of the importance or as an export, as a partner country. And from ASEAN's perspective, trade of India only accounts for less than 5% of its total trade. Most of the trade is with China or the EU or the US. If we look at investment between India and ASEAN, or in general in ASEAN, then we would see that most investment into ASEAN is from ASEAN countries itself, predominantly by Singapore. ASEAN is followed by the EU, Japan, and China. And actually, India was not even in this chart. I had to include it if I wanted to present it, because India's investment into ASEAN in 2017 was only 1.3% of its total. If we then look at investment into Myanmar, most of investment is coming from China, from Singapore, China, also Netherlands in this fiscal year, Japan, Korea. So mostly again the East Asian countries. The India's role is again marginal. In fiscal year 2017-2018, only 0.2% of investment was coming from India. So you might say maybe that was because of that fiscal year, not much happened. But if you also look at 2 other years, recent years, it was 2.4% in 2015-2016 and 1.1% in the last mini fiscal year. So India's investment into Myanmar is like this big giant that is bordering Myanmar is minimal. If we look at trade, the Chamber of Commerce here in Myanmar said in 2015, our aim is to reach 10 billion in trade by 2020. So they had 5 years to achieve that. 3 years after, in 2018, the Deputy Minister for Commerce said, well, 10 billion is a bit too high. We're aiming for 5 billion over the next 3 years. And then if we look at reality, at the moment, the last fiscal year, trade was only 1.6 billion. And if we look over the trade trend over the past 5 years, exports has decreased in value in the last 5 years. It's below 1 billion, it's around 600 million. Imports have increased, it's around 1 billion, and total trade has also increased. And if we then again look at export share, so the share of exports, Myanmar's export that is exported to India is only 5% in 2017, and same for import. And important to note that for all the trade between India and Myanmar, it's mainly through sea trade. Border trade is minimal. I've read accounts that 95% of all the trade with India is through sea trade because infrastructure and other reasons which we'll touch upon. Also important to note is that 75% of Myanmar's export to India is beans and pulses. However, since 1 or 2 years, there's a quota on the imports of beans and pulses in India. If we then look from the Indian perspective, trade with Myanmar is also minimal. So India's imports from Myanmar is only 0.1%, and India's exports to Myanmar is only 0.3% for 0.3% for India. Then I'll be touching upon a few infrastructure projects in Myanmar. I'll do it very quickly. One of the projects that's being implemented by India together with Myanmar and Thailand is the Trilateral Highway. This was first proposed in 2002. Has witnessed many delays, and now the expected completion date is 2021. Important to notice that it is not a new road that's being built. It's merely a connection of existing roads and upgrades of existing roads. And the idea is that this highway will then later be connected to the GMS, the Greater Mekong Sub-region Economic Corridors.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Remember, this is a true proxy
Yeah.
fashion. So anybody who has a question, you don't have to wait until the end of the session. That's not how
Can
we
we
do it,
maybe
right?
get your microphone so that everyone can hear the question?
No. I can be loud.
Okay.
Because this is more of a proxy development conversation rather than, I don't want you guys to be passive and just listen to the presentation. That's not what we're about. So with a degree of modicum as far as raising hands, at any time someone can jump in. And I would like to really lay out, I find what you're doing really interesting. What do you think is going to be the GDP impact upon Myanmar, upon the full integration of the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway? From your expertise position on that matter, what sort of economic growth do you see coming from Myanmar?
I think if I would estimate or shout out any numbers, I would be guessing. But I think important to consider is that it's connecting northeastern region of India, which is one of the least developed regions where infrastructure is low. There's not much production going on over there.
Okay.
So there might be some trades or some products might be trade that might happen. Also important is to consider that this road is through conflict affected areas in India and also in Myanmar, which might have an impact on on the potential, or the potential there, but it might have on how much will materialize.
So that might mute the impact.
That might mute the impact. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we're dealing with the muted impact, potentially, but I could not believe what your last slide said. That's why I could not wait. And I encourage you guys, if you feel inspired, definitely raise your hand and jump in. I was really shocked and surprised. You're talking about beans and pulses.
Mm-hmm.
Is 75% of exports to India. To me, because I come from more of the Mark Faber school of economics. Okay, that's who I learned my economics from. He says when you're dealing with an economy that, whether it has its export activities or others at such a low base, then you're primed for explosive growth. You're not talking about manufactured products, for instance, coming from Myanmar to India. You're not talking about electronics or handphones, from Myanmar to India. You are at a level of beans right now. And that is profound. So I think that we are at the absolute ground floor in terms of Myanmar exports. Would you agree with that characterization?
Well, it can't get much lower. That's true.
It's going to get much lower.
No, it can't get much lower than this.
Right. So from the basis of these things, I think that there's a lot of prospects, and I love it. Shravana wants to take the mic, so please.
Have at it.
I understand why you're asking this question. I had a discussion with you yesterday, and I just want to add not just from India, but I'm also from northeast of India. And I believe that there is a growing trade on paper for sure. Keith, you can look up in the Ministry of Donor, the development of Northeast region, and the site, the website since 2010 particularly. There's a whole list of tradable items, what is going on, what is not, and the one trading point that we have functioning since quite a long time is the More and Tamil, trade. But it's interesting how you will find that there are gates in that trading point. So if so much of trade is happening legally, there is about more than 50% happening illegally, which is through the back gate. So that's an interesting point. I mean, that should be taken into consideration, because the attempt that he's talking about, these are insurgent areas, which has a lot of opium trade going on, which is through the back gate. So that is unaccounted for, which is a huge chunk of trade. So I think that's an interesting
same as timber, I think, which is smuggled over the border.
So
there's also a lot of teak trade, that's timber and teak.
Very, very, very enlightening. I find that incredibly interesting. So while there is a transition from the gray market to the white market, of which that the underground economy will actually register in terms of official economic figures, you also have, in the sense, more of a nascency going on as well, which proves to be very bullish, for. Yeah, it's very exciting that you're dealing with a country that is at such a low base. Of course, you have some great goods, but I believe that it provides the tapestry. It gives me the feeling, rather, that a lot of people are underestimating the Myanmar economy, and perhaps it has more surprises in store.
Thank you very much, Keith, for your interest.
Can I maybe finish up?
Yes, then continue.
Thank you. I'll skip through, I think, the other. I want to discuss the Caledon multimodal transit projects that's being implemented at the moment as well. Just briefly, this is a project that means meant as a shortcut to reach northeastern states from Calcutta in West Bengal in India. And it's multimodal because there's a sea route, a river route, and a highway route. And the highway is being built at the moment, but there are issues now with conflict, because Paletwa, from where the highway is being built towards the Indian border, is in the middle of current fighting between clashes between the American army and the Myanmar army. Then, last project I was asked to talk about the Stillwell Road, which has been originally named Little Road and was built to aid the war in China against the Japanese in the Second World War. The road fell into issues after the Second World War, and there have been calls to restore the road, especially from China. So China has built the blue part on the map, but in Myanmar there's a lack of funding, and also from India there's maybe a lack of willingness to actually build this road. And it looks beautiful, by the way. Then the summary of my talk. So the political agenda has developed in the past decades, closer cooperation between India and Myanmar, and also India and ASEAN, but this needs time. Economic integration with Myanmar and South Asia is slowly increasing. However, it's in no way comparable to China's role in the region and also in Myanmar. Myanmar is still highly dependent on China, and any opportunity to diversify away the economy from China should be grasped. And the potential for Myanmar as a bridge between South Asia and Southeast Asia is huge, but at the moment it's not reality on the ground for several reasons. One of them is the lack of physical infrastructure and connectivity. There are some infrastructure projects underway, but these are not yet completed or have been heavily delayed. So my question to the experts in the room is, what is the role technology and digital connectivity can play to increase regional integration? And I hope that we'll receive some answers in the next section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan, for your very interesting contribution and your insights in the topic on Southeast Asian cooperation. I just want to add two things. Once again, thank you, Keith, for your very interesting, inspiring intervention. Let me add just two small things that you should keep in our mind when it comes to Belt and Road from a Pakistani perspective. Um, First of all, when we look at Belt and Road, we have to keep in mind, you underlined it already, most of the project which is today Belt and Road is not really new. Yeah? The issue is what China is cleverly doing now. Everything there is now packed as Belt and Road. Yeah? Even if it's older project or has nothing to do with Chinese funding. Yeah? For example, when you look at the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which goes from Xinjiang, Kashgar and Xinjiang down to Gwadar of the coast of Pakistan, there's not one single road of the three big major alignments which is completely built by China. Yeah? Either they're built on the existing Asian highway network, or they're funded by the World Bank or ADB. Yeah? But China says, okay, it's a Chinese project. So this we should, number one, we should keep in mind. Number second, there's this idea, rumor, at least among Pakistani leadership, it's totally fine when you build just roads and other kind of infrastructure project to boost the economy. It's totally wrong. It's a misunderstanding, misnomer. There's a reason why the Pakistan economy and the energy sector is in such a big mess. Just building just building road doesn't mean you don't have to do your homework. So you have to set up, when you set up an economic corridor, it has to be accompanied with certain economic policies, supporting policy framework. Yeah? When you don't fix your trade issue, trade agreements with China, when you allow them to support for free all the stuff, you will not push your economy to refer to your contribution to GDP. Yeah? When the roads are built by a Chinese company via the BOT mode, and the fees goes and toll fees goes to Chinese companies, so there is not much impact from this direction. This is just some ideas to think about. Otherwise, I have a technical question to the organizer. How much time we have now? Since we are losing, how much time? How many minutes for the Q&A?
Okay, could I quickly make a comment, Secretary?
Yeah, I want to invite you for Q&A.
Okay, thank you so much, friends. Secretary, I basically have a comment on what you said. Like, I see you giving a very macro picture, which is good, but somehow I think it's more theoretical than practical. I would also like to acquaint you guys. Like, we have 40 kilometers of India. Give me 2 minutes. Like, there are 40 kilometers where local Indians and Myanmar people from both sides keep trade into each other's side, which is somewhat completely ignored. Why the government does not let cross beyond 40 is out of security concerns. Now imagine the topic here is digital connectivity. So in Myanmar, everybody is hooked to Facebook. Likewise, I see in every table, gentlemen sitting in all of the tables, fiddling with your mobiles. So imagine people from both sides being connected through digital connectivity, and expanding it beyond could enable local trade. This could be scaled up. This is being ignored completely. So here is an opportunity for all of us, like, to understand trade does not simply happen at the macro level, like government sending in ships. So it also happens at the very local level. So this trade could be really scaled up. And how do we scale up? It's up to you guys, sir. Thank you.
I'd also like to ask a quick question. What do you think the role of the private sector that comes in? We just talked about our blockchain-based solutions. So I would like for you to have an idea as far as what do you think the role is of the private sector that can come in and can make more efficient solutions in the context of how can the private sector, what can the private sector do? What can the tech sector do in order to bring this economic growth to places like Western Myanmar?
I can only refer. I will add something. Unfortunately, we have a strange development in Pakistan. You have to see the certain local conditions. Most of the infrastructure projects are conducted by military-owned public sector companies, which actually instead of promoting the private sector, they could push back or could even get out of the market. In the telecommunication sector, for example, But let's see, when the Pakistani government is able to set up an interesting policy framework for we're starting now soon the second phase of the CPAC, which focus on the establishment of special economic zones. So when they're able to create interesting incentives, not only to attract Chinese and domestic Pakistani companies, also foreign companies, Western companies.
So, at that high level of engagement, who puts up a traffic light when community of a village or town, they say, I want a traffic light? I mean, how long does it take during that kind of process from such a high level engagement, as opposed to the private sector and the tech sector that could arguably raise the money a lot quicker, disperse the investment capital a lot quicker? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, when it comes to technical implementation, I guess most likely either the Frontier Works Organization, the FWO, military-owned, who builds the road, and when it comes to the digital aspects, I guess either most likely SCO, Special Communication Organization, who is dealing with these issues.
We just got back from a trip. One of the local governments in northern Vietnam invited us over there, and I got a sense that because this was a minor municipal government, they certainly weren't first in line for consideration for the national pot of funds. So they decided to go to the private sector in order to solve their problems of road building, university building instead. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, and also Tin Tun U, from your perspective, as far as how the private sector, how you think it could be possible that there could be more efficient deployment of capital to solve much needed economic concerns. And I think from a security perspective, you think that economic security of course brings national security. So do you have any thoughts on that, please?
Thank you for your question. For my experience, I before founded our institute, I worked as the production technician at the SWIFT project, the offshore gas supporting by the Northern United States. During this time, I already faced with the native Rakhine people and the project between China. This is the misunderstanding between the two parties, because the problem is China pipeline passed through some periphery or house or something like this. During this time, the money payback, for example, the high-level management is already planning this, like this, like this. But the problem is that some middle management, some corrupted already formed in the middle management. So most of the grassroots people, they don't understand very well and they don't like it, the project or something like this. So if we need to develop the economic step in the Myanmar, we need to promote and educated, must be educated to the grassroots people very clearly. And also we need to found rules and regulation. This is the main factor.
So a better transmission of information from what the high-level organizations and government want, and transmits that to the grassroots sector as far as this is how you can play your part. Okay, very good. Thank you.
One more high-level comment from me. I think Myanmar government will be welcoming private investment from private parties into this kind of projects, because I think in October the Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan was published, and part of this plan is a project bank, and this project bank is an online database of projects. The goal of it is to enhance transparency of and centralize all the projects that the Myanmar government wants to implement. So they'll pool all the projects from all the ministries and then assess all these ideas and put them online on a data bank, so investors can see what Myanmar wants and what the strategic thinking and direction of Myanmar is in terms of infrastructure and energy projects. And it's also possible for private parties to have their projects be included on the project bank. So they are looking for PPP solutions or ideas from the private sector.
Okay, any last question or comment? Quick comment. It's already late. By the way, I had worked in a very similar project in Azerbaijan. It's called Azerbaijan Digital Feed Hub. So they have kind of pooled all of the projects. The whole project is not faring well at the moment. They have tried to copy the Estonian model. Estonia apparently has succeeded. The Azerbaijani model is dilly-dallying, and I hope the Myanmar project kicks well. Any last questions, sir? Anybody? Please. Uh, Vladimir, anything? I see everybody fiddling their mobiles, but no.
Uh, Hi again. So I had a question for you just mentioned that there is a need for transparency and there's some kind of misled data by the Chinese when it comes to Chokpu and the Mitsuen Dam. I guess the dam was cancelled in 2011, and could you tell, was it geoeconomics there that was the driving factor for the cancellation, or geoeconomics?
Uh, this problem is a little mess because normally, especially for this subject, we need this for our power consumption and supporting to the electric power. But during this time, the first 2010, the democratic government already transformed, but most of the people thinking they are transformed from the former military people, so they don't trust them. Most of the people, some kind activists or something, they already promote and they already cancellation to this project. This is some the pattern. The second one, some of the people thinking there's a needed by technical, but some of the people they are already felt by the emotional. So this is traditional culture of the people. So it's not on geopolitical or not on geoeconomic. It's depending on our people culture, emotional.
Okay, thank you very much. My co-moderator announced already the last question, so I would like now to invite you to thank you, my co-panelists, and I'm pretty sure we have enough food for thoughts over a cup of coffee. Thank you so much.
So there is coffee. We have hospitality and use longer time in the discussion.
That's actually how we approach the development work. We'll have the developer talking, and all of a sudden we come up and say, this is revenue. That's actually, the Vietnam was a big effort to consider having the idea of missing individual, happening. Otherwise, the oftentimes, people who arrive in Vietnam spend a lot of money, and Vietnam has the most, but they're foregoing research. So we work with FLC on this portion, and once in our community, the environment is basically then we put it on the side. So that's pretty much it would be the first work of its kind for electronics. So it's a missing, cornerstone finalization as far as Vietnam, first frontier products, and they're largely getting especially I mean, if you go to the riverside, Vietnam, there's right all of the basic necessities. Yeah, I didn't give you my CAD report, so my part. No, no, I didn't. Sorry, sorry. This is actually the channel that I found. It's very small. I told you yesterday. We are in what? Well, okay, if you give it to me, I'll give it to her. I'll find it in the whole article. Yeah. Internationally, very good. You are on the website. You can just yes, corridors. Well, you can compare, for example. There's not much. Well, yes, that's what we talked about at the office. I'm doing a book because it's not on regional or including or just for working in Russia, producing in order to more in order to capillaries as I said, it's like well, it's good. I will send you. Sorry, because I haven't had and I did not have this before. No, I have some physical journals that I get not all, but I say, interesting. International, but it's not easy. And sorry. But I will say, formality. I'm looking forward to the informality of reality. On Monday. Right. So that's also next up. That's my part. Okay, environmental but you're in behind subject, so you're near. That's CH, so I'd be interested in hearing where the progress that you have to say infrastructure or which state. There's direction developer.
Camera on this phone is really good.
Yeah, this is unique. The camera. Is it the iPhone or? Yeah,
iPhone's a rubbish.
what is this for? How come Samsung company such a good camera?
So my CEO has been almost put behind that. I'm a big fan of this. They really love the Chinese people and the way they work. They are all across.
Their factories they can build chain by chain by chain.
You let them make it. You let China and they'll teach us the entire world. Couple of years back, the Russians were marketing it to Chinese. Like Chinese and today we are like initially they had this really like the Russians always had a they are coming to China like India is the private sector driven country. It's a very private sector. And this is where we have advantages and our advantages. So India is somehow like a private institutions all across. So which is what like you're somehow representing the country. Otherwise, your capability diminishes in the public sector. At the state bank, you can do business like everyone's largest. Personal transport is very good. If you are too competitive in business, you're relatively ambitious and still do something. You should know about
Hello, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. We 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 are going to start now. So, you ready for next section?
That's really easy to do because you just look at it and figure out.
Time to go to stage.
You're my friend. You're my I come for you're like, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We should really hear this mission. Indeed. Alexi has gifted me a small. This looks really nice.
Ah, very good.
Should we open like for all of us or
Oh, should keep it for you.
Wow.
Да. Давайте, я попробую.
Да.
Нам надо было вчера потренироваться.
Ну, единственное, я не в синхронном режиме, тогда через...
Не, ну понятно,
паузу.
да, через паузу. А это синхронно не поймешь.
Ну, наверное. Ну, нет, если
Потому что...
есть профессионалы-синхронисты, я
А
не
даже
умею.
если синхронисты, они переводят дословно, и потом теряется смысл.
Ну, понятно.
Oh, sir. Good to meet you, sir. कल आपसे कम बातें हुआ. Sir, you wear a lovely coat. Yesterday, after you left, I just commented कि आज भी आपका coat like it's a very fancy one.
Oh, yes, he did. And,
Good afternoon. Good morning. Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Vladimir Kravkin. I will moderate a session for today about role of blockchain and new technologies in galvanizing inter-regional integration and digital transformation. And please welcome our speakers, Ms. Oksana Glazitskaya, who is founder and author of Digital System Transformation in Belarus, and also president of Relex Belarus, and also Scott Duncan from Central Coast Council in New South Wales, Australia. Scott? Yes, and we have a very interesting topic, and I just wanted to make a few points first. Very unused to this setting, but go all across the audience, change me, but I'll do my best. And basically, we'll speak about blockchain, and I think everybody here knows what blockchain is. It's a technology of what they call distributed ledger, which allows you to store information all across the network and have basically each participant of the network has the same access to all the transaction, all the information in the system. And this idea has changed quite a few things in the world. And one of the first applications was what they call cryptocurrencies. And Bitcoin is probably the most famous of them. Does anybody own Bitcoins here? Oh, just one? Yeah?
2011.
2011. It was quite a good investment. You have quite a long time still when it will be a good investment. And well, nobody knows the fate of what Bitcoin probably, because it goes up and down, and there's lots of literature and lots of talk about whether it will flop one day or whether it will go up. But basically, it's one of the most interesting experiments in macroeconomics and monetary economics that humankind has ever seen. And it probably redefines our understanding of what money is and how to handle money. It doesn't have a central bank behind it. It's purely private thing, developed as a private, probably first global private currency, and operated as first global private currency. So even if it's not very successful economically, it will give us lots of food for thought about the fundamentals of monetary issues. But still, Bitcoin is by far not the only example of a successful application of blockchain technologies, and we have lots of other systems, and we have had a very interesting presentation opening our event about how blockchain can be applied to solving the issues in
real estate development all across the globe. And here's where blockchain is probably a breakthrough thing, not only technologically, but I'd say philosophically, because this is the system which was developed to handle the issue of trust. Basically, it's the system which allows us to create trust in an environment where you don't have, let's say, trust by definition. So people, unfortunately, people tend not to trust each other in many settings. Nations tend to not to trust each other, and blockchain is an amazing piece of technology which can bring trust into the setting where trust is not there infinitely. And our world gets probably too low on trust recently. We have discussion of geopolitics and geoeconomics, and we can see it's being quite turbulent in all pieces of all across the world. We see lots of turbulence in Eastern Europe. We see lots of turbulence in the Middle East. We see some turbulence in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, etc. And well, this is a very challenging environment politically and geopolitically, geoeconomically to do business. And on the other hand, we have some promising pieces of technology which can address those issues and build sort of trust across nations, across regions. And I would also say that digital redefines what regional is, because we have this example of Belarus being a host country or say, resident country for a business which deals mostly with Myanmar and Vietnam and other. And basically, when you are on an overnight flight from Moscow to Bangkok, the world seems pretty big. You want it to be smaller, not 9 hours, but just 4, for example. But if you go to the cyberspace, the world is just one point. I mean, there is no distance in cyberspace. You can create regions in cyberspace where in the most unbelievable settings like Belarus and Vietnam are suddenly one region where you can operate things as in a trusted environment. And there are different views on how this cyberspace can be regulated on a global scale. Basically, there is a number of countries which are pushing for having some new global treaty which will be regulating cyberspace more or less in the way we are regulating sea sailing, for example. And Russia and China were behind this idea of having a new treaty. Some countries, mostly from the West, were opposing this, saying that the current regulation is perfectly covering all the cyber issues. And this discussion goes on for about a couple of decades, and it's nowhere near the conclusion. The last international group of experts on this global cyberspace regulation convened about a couple of years ago and did not even have a memorandum after their convention because they didn't come to any single point of view on any issue. But we see lots of, in compensation of this inability of governments to come to solving certain important issues, we see non-government players, non-government organizations taking the leading role in the cyberspace. And basically, cyberspace and digital is an amazing example when private actors acting in basically their private purposes have created what is global public good. One can say that internet is as important for humanity now as it is air or sea or all other global public goods that we have. But internet was created by private actors and is mostly the space where private actors are very effective. Non-government actors are very effective in creating things and solutions which solve very important issues for humanity. And once again, in the presentations this day, we have seen the examples of private actors solving such important issues as public infrastructure, for example, in Eastern Myanmar. So that's the introduction I wanted to make. We're speaking about a very interesting topic, fantastic topic, which has emerged very recently. I mean, a decade ago, we wouldn't have this sort of talk because technology wasn't there, and I would say that thinking wasn't there. We would have a very interesting example of technology coming to solve important social issues, and us being aware of those issues and those opportunities. And the 21st century will probably be the century of new level of public-private partnership where private actors will come to solve solve issues which were inherited public in the past. So I will give floor to our speakers, and I just, I hope they will have interesting presentations, but also I would like them to speak about the issues. What role do those new technologies play in solving the important issues of today? What are the benefits and opportunities offered by those technologies? And at the same time, probably addressing the issue of barriers that exist, probably regulational barriers, governmental barriers, and how we can overcome these barriers to make those technologies even more effective in addressing the issues we wanted to address. So with this, I give floor to Oksana, and she'll speak Russian, and I will translate for those few of you who don't speak Russian. So, Oksana, please.
Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. Я очень рада, что я нахожусь на таком прекрасном мероприятии.
I'm very pleased to be at this conference.
Мероприятие, которое устанавливает мост между 4 народностями.
The event that bridges 4 nations.
Каждый из этих народов, стран, людей преследует сегодня одну очень важную цель.
Each of those nations and peoples today are seeking for just one aim, very important aim.
Это жизнь и жизнь по-человечески.
It's having life and having decent human life.
Это не просто слова, это целая формула, это огромный системный продукт.
Those are not just words, it's the whole formula, the whole system, or the whole systematic product.
Которым очень скоро предстоит познакомиться с каждому человеку на нашей планете Земля.
Which very soon every person on our planet Earth will meet.
И сейчас пойдет речь именно об этом продукте, который называется цифровая трансформация.
And now we'll speak about this product, which is called digital transformation.
Сегодня есть много различных взглядов именно на этот продукт, на этот инструмент.
They will have some different views on this product, on this instrument.
И решения, они различные,
There are different solutions.
многоспорные.
Some of them are sort of arguable.
А все же есть одно решение, наиболее правильное и выгодное для времени, которое сегодня к нам взывает как к человеку.
Still, there is one solution which is most effective and the right solution for the time period which calls for us as human beings.
Почему же все же необходима сегодня цифровая трансформация?
Why is digital transformation necessary today?
И почему она именно необходима всем нам?
Why do every one of us need this digital transformation?
Это не будет большим секретом, но вы все знаете, что в нашем мире многие процессы сейчас начали проявляться как природное значение и природное явление.
It will not be a secret for you, but you know that in our world many processes are manifested as sort of natural processes, natural elements. Can you make slideshow here?
На самом деле эти природные явления, они
Those natural processes
они заявляют для нас довольно серьезные перспективы и уникальные возможности.
they provide for us serious perspectives and unique opportunities.
Являясь автором и экспертом цифровой трансформации на протяжении уже более 25 лет,
As an author and expert in digital transformation for more than 25 years,
в нашей лаборатории и большом количеством экспертов
our laboratory and our expert network
были опробированы множество интересных процессов и множество интересных предложений как для рынка, так и для систем.
has worked out many processes and many solutions for both for the markets and for systems.
Вы будете удивлены, но на этой схеме находится интересная биологическая система развития сперматозоида.
This system represents a very interesting biological. This scheme represents a very interesting biological system of the development of spermatozoid,
На примере которого была выявлена самая главная интересная зависимость определенных институциональных положений нашей экономики и финансовых систем мира.
which surprisingly provides a very key trend in the development of economics and social systems in our world.
На эту тему есть очень много публикаций, правда, на русском языке. Сейчас переводят ее на английский.
There is a lot of scholarly academic literature on this issue. Unfortunately, it's in Russian yet, but it's getting translated into English.
И исходя из этих исследований была выявлена одна очень важная зависимость, с которой мы будем с вами работать и всегда встречаться на пути. Это создание пар.
And this research provides for a very important dependency function, which will meet all across the world, which is creation of couples.
Это совершенно другой институциональный подход и системный подход к развитию бизнес-процесса.
It's a new approach, institutional approach to development of systems and processes.
Человек, экономика, бизнес парой является в данном соотношении государство и человек.
Human being, economics, and business in this context and this paradigm, the couple, the pair is human being and the state.
Инвестиции, системы развития и запросы человека парой является бизнес и сообщество.
In investments in systems of development, the pair is between business and community.
И вот такие системы построения коммуникации, коллаборации, взаимодействия сторон приводят к самому главному усиленному результату, который развивается в геометрической прогрессии.
And these systems of communication, collaboration, cooperation between the pairs, between the sides of this pair, develops to the geometrically growing, brings geometrically growing development.
То есть, если мы развиваемся в линейном состоянии и наш бизнес-процесс отслеживает показатели одних или двух производств, то в данной конфигурации через цифровую трансформацию вы можете отследить 64.
So typically, if we operate in linear systems and our business process can work in one or two production systems, within this context of digital transformation, you can go up to 64.
И при этом поддерживать устойчивое состояние ваших показателей и развитие ваших систем.
And still you will have sustainable development of your systems and of your KPIs.
Вот такой один из примеров, который сегодня показывает на природном соответствии, как устроена цифровая трансформация, чтобы больше и лучше было понятно, в какую сторону нам всем смотреть.
So this is just one example, shows an analog from nature, which gives us indication of the direction where we can see new opportunities for development.
На сегодняшний момент работает уже готовые платформы Relex. С одной из них вы уже знакомы.
So today we have some working platforms like Relex, which you have already been introduced to.
Платформы ICCoin.
There are platforms of IC coins.
Это платформа, которая помогает выпускать собственные цифровые активы для развития своих бизнес-процессов и взаимосвязи в экономике.
This platform allows for issuing of your own digital assets, which provides exchange for development in the digital economy.
Snitcoin – это платформа и сообщество, которое апробирует сегодня уровень региональной экономики для цифровой трансформации.
Snitcoin addresses the issues of regional economies in digital transformation.
IT-сфера – это платформа, которая помогает войти в систему цифрового рынка.
IT-sphere, the platform which allows to enter the system of digital market.
Таким образом, взаимодействие этих систем выводит нас на институциональное представление о бизнес-процессе.
And the intersection of the systems, cooperation of those systems, brings us to the institutional level of digital transformation.
Relex как платформа ведет цифровую трансформацию недвижимости для цифровой трансформации рынка институциональных инвестиций.
So Relex as a platform transforms the market of real estate and also brings transformation on the market of institutional investment.
И у нас с вами получается довольно серьезная возможность поучаствовать в очень больших финансовых процедурах рынка.
This brings us a great opportunity to participate in major financial transactions in the market.
Не только крупным компаниям, но и просто физическим лицам из любой страны мира.
Not only this available to big corporations, but also to private persons from any country of the world.
Технология блокчейн – это открытый распределенный реестр, который открывает для всех участников не только способы и методы транзакций, но и скорость, с которой они происходят. Это открытый режим.
Blockchain technology is an open ledger which not only shares information among all the participants of the network in an open way, but it also facilitates the speed of transactions between them.
У нас в Беларуси есть такой сегодня слоган $10 делает мир.
In Belarus we have a slogan today which is $10 make the world.
Потому что тот закон, который был принят в стране,
because the law which was recently adopted in the country,
декрет номер 8 президента, позволил именно показать всю трансформацию цифровых активов и правильность их использования в действующее время.
Allowed to facilitate the transformation of digital assets and the effective use in at the current time.
А время, вы сами знаете, сегодня очень непростое. Это время изменений и очень быстрых скоростных перемен, за которыми не успевает сам человек.
We know that we are living in a difficult time of quick changes, and sometimes we as human beings are not fast enough to change in pace with those changes.
Поэтому блокчейн, в первую очередь, он очень легко и активно позволяет именно работать человеку с финансовыми и с другими более сложными инструментами за счет блокчейн-технологии.
So blockchain enables people to cope up with the space of development of new instruments in finance and other technologies, and empowers people to work in this world.
И институциональными инвесторами при всех таких взаимодействиях становятся сами физические лица, которые объединяются в сообщество.
So institutional investors, private persons turn into institutional investors as they unite in communities.
Вот еще один наглядный пример цифровой трансформации – это векторная трансформация, которая переводит сферическую тригонометрию в те элементы по взаимодействиям. То есть тогда, когда три человека между собой взаимодействуют, то появляется довольно большой эффект синергетический.
So here's another example of transformation. It shows how the spherical trigonometry can transform into the sort of cooperation of vectors which creates the synergetic effect between the participants of the system.
Этот метод применяется специально по технологии BFI, финансово-экономической технологии для человека.
So this method is applied through the technology of BFI, which is financial technology for human being.
И как вы видите на рисунке, что не нужно производить никаких усилий, а присутствуя на рынке вот в таком качестве сферической тригонометрии, вы получаете уже объем в 3-4 раза больше.
So this illustration shows that using this method, by just participating in the market, you get the effect of 3 or 4 multiplication compared to the non-digital world.
То есть ваши ресурсы и активы бизнеса находятся навсегда в синергетическом эффекте.
So the assets and resources of your business are always in a synergetic effect.
И главным элементом скорость движения ваших активов вы можете выбирать сами.
And what is very important is that the speed of movement of your assets, you can choose the speed yourself.
Это наиболее простой пример для понимания того, почему сферическая тригонометрия позволяет нам воспроизводить вот такого рода элементы.
This is the most simple example which allows us to understand why spheric trigonometry provides for creation of those type of elements.
Так как цифровая трансформация в первую очередь будет касаться бизнеса и бизнес-процесса, и работать будут паттерны и программное обеспечение, роботы, машины.
As in the digital transformed world, it will mostly robots and machines will work to recreate those patterns and processes.
Ну и в заключение хотелось бы отметить самую главную вещь цифровой трансформации – это когнитивная связь.
And finally, I would like to address the most important thing in digital transformation, which is cognitive connection.
И на сегодня эта когнитивная связь является довольно сильным таким явлением для определения задач бизнеса.
This cognitive communication is a very strong way to access and address the issues of goals of business.
Так как слова, которые мы произносим, и действия, которые мы осуществляем, они тоже математически высчитываются.
As the words we pronounce and the actions that we act can be mathematically calculated.
А данный математический алгоритм очень хорошо ложится на программирование.
And this mathematical algorithm is very programmable.
Цифровая трансформация – это те возможности, которые нам сегодня дарит время.
Digital transformation is the opportunity which is given to us today by our epoch.
А время делает нас.
And the epoch is making us as people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vladimir, I'll just interrupt here. Please let me. So I understand this has been a very value-loaded presentation, which is good. But again, let me very simplify things for you. Blockchain is a mere technology, and it's a technology which has been little complicatedly put across by our presenter. It's very simple. It allows transparency in the process, like you can see what's going on. So while you are chatting over anything, if you make changes, now if the changes are being displayed on the other side, the technology is blockchain technology. So whatever changes, so now Skype has this, no, Skype still does not have. So this is the technology, and cryptocurrency, what is being said with all the fame and infame. So it's a mere way of transacting value. Money, what we do is transact value. So cryptocurrencies are similarly a medium of transacting value, and this somewhat is appealing to the more younger people and easy transactions, and definitely it has applicability in all of the sectors, literally all. But the thing is, it's still in a very nascent stage. So we'll get to hear more from what Scott Duncan says. He is a town planner in Australia. And he has been applying the new technologies in the real estate and other sectors as well, smart cities.
Thank you. You've been stealing my bread because I should introduce. Please, Scott, the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gerardo and Joseph and Keith for inviting me here to speak. I might just make sure this works before I start. So a lot of my presentation, it's going to be on city planning. I've got an interest in how some of these digital technologies are going to affect our cities in the future. A lot of my examples are Australian, but I've also got some Southeast Asian and European examples. I guess it's important to note that it doesn't necessarily matter so much where the examples come from. A lot of cities share the same problems with growth. So I think you can see how some of these applications can solve problems in a lot of different situations, no matter where you are in the world. So basically, I'd like to talk through some of the technological changes that exist in our cities. I think we're coming into an era of technological disruption. I'm going to cover off some of the implications for city planning and economic development which arise from the sharing economy. Smart cities is obviously a global movement, and it has a large role to play in implementing a lot of these technologies as well, so I'll be touching on that. And also digital planning tools. We've got very powerful GIS systems now, and there's a lot of data available to analyse, so we can use that to produce quite powerful spatial models for planning our cities. So I'll give you a few examples of that as part of my presentation. The overall impact of all of these technologies, I think it has the potential to improve the use of cities' resources, and basically it makes cities more efficient. And I think it also will enable the cities to better deal with population growth pressures in the future and provide a high quality of life for all of the city's residents and people that live in the cities. So ultimately, I think from a sustainability point of view, these technologies will also contribute to the decarbonisation of our cities as well, through the additional sustainability measures that can be achieved. Just thought I'd give you a bit of a snapshot on where I live. So I live on the Central Coast. I live at 80 kilometres north of Sydney. Sydney is Australia's largest city. There's about a population of about 5 million people. And the area where I live receives a lot of growth pressures from Sydney. So I work as a strategic planning manager, and I work with a team of planners to manage growth within the Central Coast area. And I also have an interest in digital technologies, cryptocurrency, and that's why I also work with Relex as well, Relex Development, with Keith and his team. Just a few pictures of the area where I live. Got some very nice beaches, lakes, estuaries. We've got quite a high population as well on the Central Coast, about 350,000 people. But I won't say too much about that, but I just thought it'd be nice to show some pictures of where I live. So in terms of city planning, cities are about people, but they're built by a lot of different development decisions over time. Most people think of a developer as somebody that's just going to build a high-rise apartment, but everybody's a developer. Anyone that's just developing a single house dwelling or doing the house improvements, that they're also a developer, and that also contributes to the overall feel of a city and the character of a city. Infrastructure and services are also vital to cities as well, and governments have an important role to play in determining where that infrastructure goes and spurring on development interest. Obviously, if the government decides to build a new railway station in a particular location, that can spur on a lot of new development in terms of facilitating and creating the right economic environment for high-rise development. Generally, we try to locate more population around a railway station, or if there's an area of a city that we want to get want to make more attractive for redevelopment. We want to make sure that there's greater investment in the public domain spaces, the parks, in order to encourage and create an environment that's conducive to development. But it's not just about hard infrastructure in cities, the utilities, the water, the sewer, the roads, the railways, but it's also about the soft infrastructure as well. It's about developing, having public art strategies, providing for affordable housing for people that work and live in the city to make sure they're not forced out of the city as well. So that they've got a place to live. It's about having good building regulations. So there's a lot of soft infrastructure that makes up a city as well that people don't see, but it's still vital in terms of determining how that city functions. So in terms of technological disruption, we're living in an era where digital and disruptive technologies are going to impact on our cities, and that's going to affect how we use and interact with them. I read a really good book just on the flight over by Jeremy Rifkin. The book's about the third industrial revolution, so if you ever get a chance to read that book, it's well worthwhile. But basically what he's talking about is with the third industrial revolution, we're now in a phase now where we're actually integrating our infrastructure with high-speed internet, new sustainability technologies, and that's going to propel the global economy into new and higher levels of efficiencies, and those economies that embrace those principles, are the ones that are going to advance the most. So if you ever want to read a book on that, I've got quite a lot out of his book. So technological disruption, it's going to provide more transparency and efficiency in the way we transact. There's a lot of blockchain-based digital platforms, and I think these technologies are going to let us get a lot more out of our existing city assets. A major focus in terms of how we're going to achieve that is through a lot of these smart city projects globally, and there's different countries doing different smart city projects. Obviously, Singapore is a major area, and they're very well advanced. They've basically got most of their smart city concepts down pat. Other parts of the world are still catching up. Other cities are just adopting those sorts of technologies to deal with some issues that might confront them, and I'll give a few examples of that shortly in my presentation. So the sharing economy. Digital technologies are starting to transform cities by sharing information via distributed networks, and that's allowing people to connect with others who have assets which they wouldn't normally be able to connect to. An example of that is Airbnb. There's a lot of people in the world that have had spare rooms, and they've been able to rent them out to other people, tourists, in order to visit their cities. So that's an example of one of these technologies that have allowed people to use unused spaces within cities. But there's a lot of different examples which I'll talk about. But you can just imagine with Airbnb how many hotels probably haven't been developed over the past 5 years because of all of that capacity that's been used up within the city. So the sharing economy, there's also a lot of other businesses and apps which allow us to share cars, homes, and access short storage spaces within warehouses and garages. And it's now becoming a billion-dollar industry. So you can see I've got some examples on the screen there with the, they're not all just, a lot of them are social applications as well. So we've got Lyft, Airbnb, Zipcar, and I think over time there'll be a proliferation of these sorts of businesses, and it's important, I think, to make sure in order to take advantage of these this trend that children are learnt to code, they've got appropriate IT skills and the entrepreneurial skills in order to see these opportunities and seize them. Some other examples that I know of in Australia, which relate to the sharing economy, include the car next door, and that basically allows you to rent out your car to other people via an app in order to get additional revenue. To space is another interesting application, which you're probably aware that a lot of restaurants and cafes but basically, especially pubs, they don't use a lot of their space during the day. So you might have a nightclub or you might have a pub, and they've got spare space during the day, and they're actually renting their space out for people to have desk sharing arrangements and for office space during the day. So that's an example where you can get greater efficiency out of your city just by trying to link different users together via these apps. In some ways, some of these technologies have become so popular as well that it's also created some social issues. So if you look at home sharing via Airbnb and other similar sorts of applications, some areas have been so popular. Places like Barcelona and Berlin, and even some parts of Australia where I live, Byron Bay, some of the harbourside locations, it's actually created some social issues, housing affordability issues, and also some social disruptions. So some governments around the world are actually starting to regulate these applications and limit the amount of time that you can actually spend, sharing your home. So that's interesting. Power Ledger too, that's an interesting little company arising out of Perth. Basically, it allows people that own solar panels and batteries to have a peer-to-peer distribution network in order to sell solar electricity onto other people that basically setting up its own market. So it's basically allowing those people that own solar electricity to sell it on to other people that want to buy it, as opposed to selling it back into the government grid. So the incentive for those people that are generating electricity is they can get a higher price for it. So these sorts of applications basically are allowing people to form up their own informal energy grids and create their own power markets. So I think we're only really just touching the iceberg with some of these technologies. I think we're going to see a lot of different really innovative ideas in the shared economy moving forward. Smart cities, as I touched on earlier, there's a global smart cities movement. Some countries are more advanced than others, some cities are more advanced than others. In particular with the Australian government, we've got trying to encourage different cities to set up pilot programs to roll out some of the smart city technologies. But I guess there's three pillars to the Australian policy. Generally, it's based on having smart investment. So we're trying to get the physical planning right. We're trying to put people near where the transport is and where the jobs are, and giving priority to those projects that have sustainability and affordability outcomes. But it's also the other second element to that policy is smart policy, by making sure that we've got the financial mechanisms in place as well to implement and fund a lot of these smart cities projects through value capture measures, and also making sure that it's based on smart technology, trying to make sure that we use as much of the existing data as you can to plug into these smart city networks. Sometimes there are issues with data ownership, trying to get ownership of the data and making sure that the data is up to date, and trying to find ways to make sure that those smart city concepts are adapted to what the community wants and the particular problems that they're seeking to solve. So it's important to note it's not just about technological ideas, it's about a whole lot of other things that sit outside of that. When I was doing some research on this presentation, I found it also interesting on what the city of Mandalay was up to. From my understanding, they've got a mayor that's quite pro-planning, quite interested in urban planning, and quite interested in smart cities. So it was interesting that that Mandalay, and I'll be seeing Mandalay in a few days' time, so that'll be interesting to have a look at, was ranked 5th of 10 Southeast Asian cities in terms of becoming a future smart city, and it was based upon an analysis that was done as part of the ASEAN Post. But when you look at Mandalay, they've got a lot of their smart city concepts that they want to implement outlined in their 30-year development plan. And I guess the problems that they were seeking to address initially through their smart cities program was managing traffic. So they've implemented a lot of sensors and speed cameras to manage traffic at intersections. There were some issues with garbage trucks, garbage not being picked up or not being disposed of properly, so they've implemented GPS monitoring within all of their garbage trucks within the city, implemented automatic water reading systems and sensors so that they can better meter and build water and assess leaks early before it happens, and they've also automated a lot of their tollways with parking systems as well. I'll just give a few different examples of some smart city technologies that have been implemented in different parts of the world. We've got street sensors to alert people on car parking availability and to police time limits. We've also seen some recharging units for electric vehicles being implemented in public streets, public Wi-Fi, automated street lighting and dimming, basically to save electricity. Also seeing a lot of city streets that have been retrofitted for autonomous vehicles and autonomous public transport. It's a city not too far where I live, in Newcastle, where they've actually rolled out driverless buses. And if you've done some reading on Singapore too, they're actually looking at hover cars and driverless taxis, rolling that sort of technology out in the next 5 years. And yeah, that'll be pretty interesting to see how that goes. Also seeing quite a lot of technologies to generate decentralized power at source or at a precinct level, setting up solar grids. A lot of people don't appreciate just how much electricity you can use in generating power. So 80% of the electricity lost when you generate power is lost during the power generation phase and the actual transmission process. So there's obviously, I think there's a lot of opportunities. It's probably a lot smarter to produce more local electricity at source and connect it up to local grids. That's a key element of a lot of the smart technology as well. But I think just with vehicle ownership patterns, like if you're looking at autonomous vehicles becoming more widespread in the future, if you just take Sydney as an example, if ride sharing was the dominant mode of production, you could actually take 80% of the cars off the road, and that's got huge wealth impacts going forward. Families wouldn't need to have as much of their wealth tied up in vehicles. Governments probably wouldn't need to spend as much money upgrading roads and intersections. So obviously we're still a long way from that point, but I think in the next decade, a lot of cities around the world will be seeing more autonomous vehicles becoming and more car sharing being the dominant mode of transport. I found this an interesting picture. Basically, there's a lot of different proposals around the world to create new developments from scratch, smart cities, crypto cities. This was just sort of like an artist's impression from, it was created by a crypto millionaire, and he's purchased quite a lot of land around Nevada, and he wants to create a crypto city with all of the most high-tech sustainability technologies and fund it with it via Ethereum. So I've seen a few other different concepts for similar projects in Dubai and other parts of the world, but I think it'll be really interesting to see some of these concepts get built as sort of large-scale pilots. I've got an interest in blockchain land registries, so it was interesting to see that Dubai has recently moved to establish its land registry on a blockchain for the obvious benefits that come with that for security and transparency. New South Wales government's also looking at doing something similar as well in a number of other countries across the world. Doing that basically to better manage property titles, rights, and property records. It's also of assistance to these sorts of technologies. There's a lot more innovative ways to own and transact properties. Keith sort of covered off, so I won't touch on a lot of the stuff that Relex is doing. But yeah, obviously Relex is very innovative in what it's trying to do in terms of fund real estate purchases and crowdfund property and infrastructure projects on the blockchain. But there's other companies playing around with the tokenization of assets on the blockchain as well. So there's a small Australian startup, BrickX. In Australia, a lot of our real estate's quite overpriced or expensive, and a lot of young people have trouble getting into the market. So one of the benefits, I guess, of BrickX was that People could buy a small fraction of a property and build that up over time so that they still had some exposure into the property market via the token until they could eventually afford to buy the deposit. LA token, they've also got some real estate investments that they're looking at basically tokenizing artwork. There's a lot of things you can tokenize. There's a lot of companies in that tokenization space, so I won't go into that, but just it's worth mentioning. Number of other, I guess with the amount of data too that exists in planning, there's a lot of potential now to portray that data with geographic information systems and analyze that data. Just thought I'd give two examples here, one from Brisbane City Council, where we're actually modelled a lot of the new high-rise development that's under construction, that has been approved but not yet built. And yeah, so it's a good way to model what's actually happening in the development space in a CBD, just so that you can model supply and demand, so that you know what's happening in the property market, so you can model the infrastructure impacts. Because development's at a different state. Some development might be proposed, some exists, and some in the process of construction. So
Scott, if I may, I have a question for you, because I don't think that this ever came up in conversation between ourselves. When we were in Paris at the UNESCO meeting in Paris some months back, we spoke with thank you.
So we spoke with the Saudis, actually, and they came to us and basically said, look, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline and we have money, but what we have a problem with is the design phase of the projects. If they go back to the drawing board, they have a static system, which means that they have to go through the approval process all over again, and it's a huge waste of time. So T. Michael Ludis, which is our, he handles market intelligence at Relex, he, proposed to the Saudis, what about a real-time, design model where you can say, okay, I'd like to make an alteration, and on real time, when you make that change is also submitted to the government so that they don't need to start all over again. And when we talk to the Saudis about this, we talk to them about our proxy development model, as far as you can have more of a real-time input, not only between the government and your project, but also with your investors that are going to propose very, helpful additions along the way. And when we talked to the Saudis about it, they said it was very interesting. So what is the prospect of the Australian government taking up a more of a real-time project planning process rather than a static-based one?
I guess in Australia, there's a lot of the planning decisions aren't necessarily federally driven. They're done across a number of states and a lot of local jurisdictions. There's probably a lot of bureaucracy and differences in administrative processes that would probably make that difficult to achieve. But I do think the proxy development model is a good approach. I think you really need to iron out and think through a lot of your design concepts in the early phases of the project, get your investors involved, because it's at that phase it's quite cheap and inexpensive to make changes to your project design. As you get more advanced in terms of your detailed project designs, in terms of what you need to provide for your approval systems, the expenses go up. And the same is true once you've started construction. The costs of making a change at that point, go up markedly. So, yeah.
Sure. In the fourth quarter, in Ho Chi Minh City, there's been a lot of real estate projects that have pretty much grinded to a halt. And it's for the reasons of that the final master plan for the real estate project required an alteration. And as the system as it is, it required a whole redo and whole resubmission. And it has created a huge backlog on projects, and it has actually most likely registered as a significant drag on GDP, particularly from the southern Vietnam region. So both from our experiences as far as what we discussed with the Saudis and what we also discussed with the Vietnamese, I think that there are some pressing issues that real-time proxy development can certainly solve.
Thanks, Keith. Yeah, I can't emphasize enough to think through as many problems and do as much brainstorming and involve the developers and all the stakeholders early in the design process. That's very important, but sometimes it's probably not done as well as it could be. But yeah, you can save yourself a lot of time and angst by doing that. I don't have much further to go. That's just another example of another residential planning tool that was developed by the University of New South Wales, but it basically models the potential for property uplift when a new railway station is going to be constructed in an area, so you can assess, how much of a particular neighbourhood is likely to go up in value. So that's another sort of good example of, GIS being used as an economic tool. So just in summing my presentation up, digital technologies, I think they've got the potential to enhance our cities. I think there's a lot of potential to use our existing city resources more efficiently. They're critical in managing population growth pressures and will be in the future in any city in the world. And I think it's also important to do that to maintain a high quality life for residents. They can help us manage congestion, achieve higher sustainability outcomes, take vehicles off the road, and also to achieve higher sustainability outcomes, which contributes towards decarbonising our society. So I think you need to work out what your smart city technologies are that best fit your community. Obviously, what Singapore is doing and what Mandalay wants are two totally different things. What's happening in Sydney in terms of rollout of its smart city plans is something totally different again. So and I think it's important to develop and have the skill sets so that the youth in the future will have the necessary skills to engage in the digital economy as well, in terms of having appropriate IT skills, coding skills, and entrepreneurial skills. Thank you.
Scott, and probably we'll have time for a short Q&A session. Would somebody have questions to me, Scott, and Oksana? Yes? Okay.
This is a question to both Vladimir and Scott. Could you mind explaining how the new technologies could be applied in context of Southeast Asia? Could it be applied to also rural spaces, or just exclusively because I think the tier 2 cities also need to be developed on a par with the other cities?
I'm not.
Or how could the technology play a role?
I'm more, let's say, informed in how they do this in India. And basically, they have this huge ADHAR project, which is also about some rural development, and it basically identifies each Indian to receive government subsidies, to receive all sorts of government transfers, etc. And it's not blockchain, but it's a huge database which is very protected in terms of personal data, etc., which provides for very precise management of all the government transfers that you spend for rural areas also. I know a project like Ichupal in India, which is basically a marketplace for small farmers who can sell directly to the wealthy consumers in the cities, skipping the long chains of middlemen who are basically making most of the profits. So it empowers the small farmers, local farmers, to get more money for their produce and basically get richer and develop through this. We see lots of development in peer-to-peer lending, which is, I think, very important in rural areas because the small agriculture is very much about effective financial management, and people who are in small agriculture, they need cheap, affordable finance to have the development. better projects, invest into infrastructure, invest into better seeds or whatever it is, livestock. So, and we can see many examples of these coming from all across the Southeast region, Southeast Asia region, but there are also some very interesting developments in Latin America, for example. They have, among other things, microfinance or peer-to-peer finance for small infrastructural development, like if people in a village want to improve their water system, basically it's for public good. They don't have funds for this, but they can lend through peer-to-peer systems. There are plenty of them, I guess, in the world right now. So that's just a few examples that I can give, and probably Scott will give more.
I guess there's probably a lot of examples you could use, and the need for small-scale solar electricity, power generation in some of these rural communities. It might make more sense to do that rather than actually build a new power station. And there might be some new innovative ways to fund those in these rural communities. I guess even in agriculture, there's probably a lot of applications which you could use to I guess, develop and provide data on different agricultural monitoring data sets that are relevant to some of the rural communities, stream flow data, pests, soil, soil analysis, those kinds of things. A lot of the farmers in Australia, they use a lot of these sort of remote digital technologies to manage their farms. I guess you've probably got to have the technical know-how and to be able to operate them. But there's probably some applications like that I could think of.
We have a very senior gentleman and scholar with us, Paulo Casaca. I mean, he has been witnessing the integration processes happening in across Europe. So, sir, would you mind sharing a little comment with us, like how have the local communities in across Europe been utilizing the digital technologies, and how could other communities across South Asia, Southeast Asia look up to some of the examples, maybe?
Well, thank you very much for the compliment, right? And you are anticipating a bit the discussion I intend to promote a little later on. I do not think that Europe is especially advanced in this area. And I think we can find very interesting examples. Some of them were already quoted, either in the United States or elsewhere around the world. What I do think it's real fundamental, and that's what I would like to develop in the afternoon, is that the whole of the rural development thinking from the moment it started in the middle of the 19th century in the United States was based on the equation of agriculture from one side, industry services on the other side. And this equation is now blown up. That is, from one side, you can, in the smart cities, develop nearly all the food production you need. On the other side, the information revolution, the digital economy, allows the rural communities to do whatever has been done up to now in the cities. And this challenge, this different framework that I think will transform completely the way that we have been looking at the issue.
Thank you very much. Very insightful. So the participants, at least here, should be a part of the journey, isn't it? Like you should be a part of the digital journey. Otherwise, you would be missing out a revolution. There's been a lot of blockchain hype. That's simply not the case. Like a new digital age has definitely started. So you are already like everybody. The mobile itself is the best example of the digital age. After a couple of years from now, you would not have a device in your hand. It's gone. So it's time now you being acquainted to new technologies. Rather be like my father who still is afraid of using the bank card. So the more you start getting to the computer, it's easy. Things are simple. Just that you need to get hooked to the new. And the best part is everybody can take advantage of the many digital things happening. So,
Yeah, you're welcome. And basically, I totally agree with what you said. We see, as you mentioned, we see a sort of generational gap, and we think about working on this. And at the same time, probably in 10 or 20 years, we will be part of this generational gap. I mean, our fathers are possibly not very convenient using computers or bank cards, etc. But then in 20 years, there will be technology we will be not very comfortable with, and our children will say, "Oh gosh, it's so simple." So yeah, it's changing so rapidly that well, it's difficult to live in those times, and but at the same time, it's fascinating and living in those times. So, thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much, Oksana. Thank you very much, Scott. And probably we can have some private discussion of the issues. But now I give floor to our next session. Oksana wanted just to say something.
Хотелось бы добавить еще к нашей дискуссии о теме цифровой трансформации.
I just wanted to add to our discussion on digital transformation.
Что блокчейн позволяет делать все настолько быстро, насколько не позволяли другие технологии, и обеспечивать в любой сфере жизни деятельности человека очень прозрачный, доступный и безопасный ресурс.
I just want to add that blockchain allows to do things as quickly as we never could do them before, and do them in a very transparent and secure way. So it's a real breakthrough in the way we do things.
Умный город или умное поселение или умное общество – это все-таки одна из задач.
Smart city or smart village or smart community is just one of the tasks.
Главная задача в этом построении считается система. Вот та система, которую мы создадим,
So, but more important is to build systems, and the systems that we are going to create.
вот эта система и будет для наших детей. Спасибо.
So those systems will last, and they will be used by our children. So it's important to create them in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before that we get to lunch, I would like to welcome the next round of speakers. I would like to welcome to the stage Professor Alexey Voskresensky. He is the director for the Center of Integrated Sinology and Regional Projects, as aforementioned, and he is affiliated with the Moscow State Institute of International Relations. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome on Mr. Ne Eung, founder and CEO of OA, Ravindra Jain of 4R Consultancy, and an executive member of the India-Myanmar Chamber of Commerce, as well as Kiran Ravid. Okay, so I believe that there's only 3 chairs instead of 4, so we're going to go with this program for now. So,
no. If we will provide another.
We'll provide another chair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No worries. So it is my pleasure and honor to hand over the session to you gentlemen. So please take it away.
So thank you very much for inviting me, and let's start. So our session is actually on future challenges and opportunities for collaboration in a modern hyper-connected environment. And I think they already have touched upon some of the questions. So that would be interesting actually to think of opportunities as well as challenges. Since in one of the letters that I got, Joseph actually asked us to base on our presentations on case studies, then I will start. I also, I'm not a specialist on digital economy, but since I'm doing research on international relations, strategic and security studies, that I'm interested into assessing possibilities to use this technology to build a safer, a more reliable economy. So, well, we start to speak a little bit about the ASEAN countries' achievements in digital economy. And the first, I want to make a very short note that we're speaking about digital economies and also about blockchain technology, which actually has different instruments. So we should probably separate the question of digital economy as a platform and instruments that could be used. I'm saying this, and I think that's important because if you look at today's World Business Report, you will see that the Bitcoin as a digital currency is going up and down. Today is the most lower level of the last 10 years, but that's only instrument. So we are interested to figure out what are the opportunities and challenges for digital economy at sea. So returning to ASEAN. Well, ASEAN is very interested in digital economy. So there are figures, and in this sense, more than in other cases. So the digital economy generates about 150 billion of revenues, and it's I would say a relatively big figure. The online connectivity within ASEAN countries is actually consisting now of 40% of the economy, and it's growing. The figures are 60% to 2025, 70 to 2030, and it's basically an increase of 5% per year. So the goal is actually of ASEAN countries to build a digital economy within top 5 in the world to 2025. And speaking the truth, ASEAN generally has advantages to do that because the 94% of ASEAN countries' population are literate and 50% are younger than 30 years old. So every year since 2014, there is a rise of investment by 15%. So that means 2015, that's the investment in digital economy in ASEAN was $100 billion US. Also, I think it's quite a figure. So, what are the challenges to this particular case? The first challenge for ASEAN, developing ASEAN digital economy, is actually the limited broadcast access in the rural spaces. What does that mean? That means if we do not have other figures concerning other regions, then they could assume, except the regions digitally developed, we could actually guess from this that this problem of the limited broadcast access, broadband access, is actually lower. Particularly, it's a problem from Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, and Vietnam. There is no access to quality bank services, and the quality online services are a problem in some countries. I think Hriday was mentioning the
generational gap concerning digital technology, but I would say that it's only a fraction of problem concerning, for example, not having the quality bank services. For example, I was once I accustomed such a problem that my digital account, and it's the biggest bank in Russia, disappeared. And I had another problem myself then. My card was blocked, and everybody, not I think, withstanding how old you are, will understand what does it mean if you just will encounter for such a problem. What are other problems is actually reluctance to share financial details. And in ASEAN, which, as I said, comparing to other regions, is more or less developed region, it's 10 to 13% people in ASEAN more reluctant to share digital data than, for example, in digitally developed regions. Then the digital literacy, I think it's a problem everywhere. The next one is actually the lack of the support from the government. And the last one is actually the online piracy and the violation of copyright. So we see that basically everywhere the same problems. ASEAN in Asia is, as a region, is more developed, but nevertheless there are these challenges. However, it's clear, at least within ASEAN as a region, that to build an integrated and highly cohesive regional economy is a great advantage. And ASEAN, actually, there is the idea to create a digital promotion board of ASEAN in order to resolve these challenges. The second case that I want to mention is actually the digital connectivity within Eurasian Economic Union. Here, if you look, there are practically no figures, but there are already things that were implemented into the real life. So what was done? Actually, a lot. The first is actually the digital platform of rural industrial economy was created within Eurasian Economic Union. The digital labor exchange was created. Then the interconnected electronic commercial platform was created, and the basics of digital logistics. There are also challenges and problems. It's actually how to ensure the interconnectedness of national digital platforms, how to ensure the interconnection of politics, digital politics inside the region, how to ensure the building of unified digital standards, how to build the unified digital identification of subject within this region, the unified coordinated principles of identification exchanges, and the online recruiting. These are more technical problems. As I said, that though the Eurasian Economic Union's digital economy is less advanced comparing on volume and on platforms than in ASEAN, but nevertheless, of major things were created, though there are challenges in technical things. However, it's clear that there are opportunities. The first and the greatest is a regional economic integration that could be ensured using the digital platforms and digital economics. The regional economic integrations in this way can ensure the economic interconnectedness, which will help raise stability. So all of us are speaking about stability, but it's clearly that you can ensure the rise in stability by using digital technology. There are some other challenges. These are challenges how you can connect countries and regions digitally if, for example, there are no formal ordinary analog connections. You can do that, but it's clear that the gap between analog ordinary connections and digital connections is a challenge and a problem. Then the problem in the Eurasian Economic Union is an ability to harmonize law bases concerning the digital services. The inability to ensure the connectedness of transregional relationship between government agencies, the differences of regional and national regional agenda. And actually, one of the things that I will touch upon and then briefly develop later is actually the ability and inability to receive the so-called digital dividends. Okay, so the next thing that I think that is important to touch upon is actually broader challenges that are evolving. They are concerning the digital economy per se, comparing to technical things I already mentioned. The first is actually the large gap between digital leaders and the rest. So the world is actually dividing. There are certain segments which is digitally developing with a speed higher than others, and that may constitute a future problem. The second is actually the digital have and digital have mores. So the countries that has a digital economy on a more advanced level are developing 2 times faster than with a less digitally developed economies. And that will be the problem in the near future concerning the divide between the faster and lower developing digitally countries, dividing in revenue growth, profit growth, higher productivity and innovation, and that's also an opportunity because if you can prove and if you can show that having the digital economy and digital platforms helps to for the revenue growth and for profit growth, that would actually persuade people to rely more on these products. Then the third bigger challenge is actually the challenge related to digitization of globalization. What does it mean? That the cross-border data is actually cross-border data flows are connecting different borders and growing consistently, and there is no actually preparedness to answer this challenge. Then individuals engaging globally using different types of digital connections are growing on a level which is not understood by most of the politicians. For example, if we look at the network connections, and social network with foreign connections now are close to 1 billion people. It's a big figure, very big. International travelers is 429 millions of people. Cross-border e-commerce shoppers, more than 361 people. People living outside, more than 244 billion people. Cross-border online workers, more than 44 million people. Cross-border online students, more than 13 million of people. Students studying abroad, more than 5 million people. So the level of the interconnectedness is higher than the ordinary politicians understand it, and that's generally a challenge. The fourth big challenge is actually digitization of work and creating a labor market platforms. For example, one of the biggest is LinkedIn, is 364 million members connected. But for example, according to the law, LinkedIn is now forbidden in Russia because there is a law that forbids Russians to share the digital data with foreign countries and foreign companies. The next one is actually automation of occupation. It's clear that in the next decade, 44 activities will be automated. How that, and that would be related to a digital economy. How to address that, it's a challenge for politicians. So, two last but not least, digital dividends. I think that's very important actually to address and to draw attention of different countries, different regions, and local communities of the digital dividends relating to the digital economy. What does it mean? A possibility for economic growth, possibility to create labor places, the possibility to create a higher level, quality level of services, of higher level of qualities of state services, a possibility to heighten labor productivity, to heighten and access to global markets, to heighten the level of competition, reduction of risks, broadening capabilities. These are the most important. But you see, even they are in the middle of our session, but no one actually mentioned that are digital dividends, and they're not addressed by the governments and communities. And that's important because that's give us an instrument to move further. Okay, so and the last one is actually there is a very fierce competition which is going on already. And what was mentioned as a geopolitics at the beginning of at the first of our session is actually only a fraction. Geoeconomics, it's only a fraction of it. There is a fierce competition inside digital economies per se. I mentioned only two things. 5G internet that already next month would be introduced in several big cities in China. The attempt to create a separate internet, that would be a big challenge for digital economy. And the last one is actually the quantum computing. The creation of the quantum technology would be a challenge for the blockchain technology, because and some people are saying, they're also researching it, that the quantum computers, at least not commercially so, but in theoretical platforms of this computing is already done. And qubit per se is actually to challenge the blockchain technology, because it will give a possibility for deciphering blockchain. And that's the biggest technological change that we should also understand. Thank you very much. And there are three other speakers that will address it further, based as far as I understand on or based on case studies. And the first is Mr. Neyaun, founder of Oway Incorporation. Please.
If you don't mind me, since I don't have any preferment, I can speak from here.
Yeah, he is so wonderful. Everybody, cheers you up.
Okay. So what I would talk about is that I will only talk about the perspective from the private sector, and then from the entrepreneurial journey that I had. So I came back to Myanmar about 6 years ago after spending about 14 years in the States. The first startup that I joined, we actually had developed an online advertising network. The first of this kind to develop that based on behaviors. So I was part of the team that had developed the algorithm. And 3 years after that, Yahoo bought our company for $300 million. The founder of the company was actually, at that time, about 22 years old. He was a college dropout. At that time, I joined them. I already have two masters. One a business degree from Stanford, another from LSE. But he had no degree. He was only 21. And all the engineers that he had developed actually happened to be from Belarus that he had never met. So he had developed an algorithm, make sure that this algorithm and this product was very useful, and that happened to be the advertising engine of Yahoo itself. So that was one of my eye openers about how one person can actually make a big difference in a short period of time. And then I joined Google. I spent about 4.5 years there. And then at that time, Myanmar was about to open up during that time, we're talking about 2012, there was no consensus of opinion about which direction Myanmar was going to go to. Kind of similar to what North Korea or Cuba was going through right now. So you just had an open economy, but the road was very open. There was no blueprint. You could do a lot of things. It was a green field. So that is at that time I came back. So there's two reasons why I came back. One of the reasons was that there was going to be a consensus between then the government and that time the military government, the political reconciliation. Some sort of political reconciliation will happen. I believe in that. The second thing was that there's going to be a reform in telecommunication, which had happened. That was the only two things that I believe that was going to happen, and it did. So how is it related to the digital transformation? I want to give you some dose of reality about what happened 6 years ago in an economy like Myanmar, part of the ASEAN region, that can probably relate to some of the things that's happening in South Asia as well. So when I first came back, I look at the first industry was in tourism. The reason why I look at it is that I want to give you another example. If a country like North Korea opens up, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to travel. Then tourism sector usually tend to grow on average 5 times more than the natural rate of the economy. The natural rate of the economy is the GDP. It was growing 6 to 8% in Myanmar. It should have grown about 35%. That was technical, what I thought. But it grew 92% year over year for 3 years. And then what I did was essentially, I created a platform so that people can book flights, people can book hotels, people can rent cars. And then I created a payment system, which was actually one of the hardest things that I had to do, because that paying to processes in Myanmar was very difficult. So the US embassy contacted me to make sure that I was a real company, because the payment processor at that time wasn't sure it was a real company. So long story short, what we did is that now we have moved from a travel site to more into the transport sector. We're probably one of the largest transport company in Myanmar right now. After successive round of financing, we raised Series E and so on from many multi institution investors. This is what I believe of the transport sector. I'm going to talk about this sector only. And I'm not sure about in terms of geopolitical context, but what I believe is that there is a transformational shift that's happening in transport sector globally. That happened maybe 100 years to 150 years. What it is that, the first transport system in the civilization were actually horses. Those were, and then in the Middle East, it was the camels. That was the human, the ability to harness horses and make use as a transport was a huge development in this process of civilization. And then automotive come and so on. So where the shift is happening is that there's going to be less and less interest in the next generation of car ownership. So what you see is that in the past 60 to 70 years, owning car as an asset will continue to diminish in the next 20 to 50 years. There's going to be more and more car sharing, which we actually created a car sharing company, and I'll talk a little more about that. There's going to be more and more of that. It may not replace all of that immediately, but it will. So the sense of owning a car for 5 to 10 years will reduce. There's going to be more and more use of on-demand use and more use of different type of cars. So the fact that I don't own a car, that social prestige will continue to diminish. So how does that apply to a country like Myanmar? What is going to happen? Because we just started it. So when I started a ride-hailing company, this is the second company that I developed. So we were one of the largest
in Yangon in terms of equipping all the drivers or taxis with our platform. And we make an improvement in their productivity. The reason was that before us, there were about 4 to 6 rides a day. After us, there was about 12 to 16 rides a day. So there was like improving 2x of the productivity and money. And there were more competition coming in. So what we realized is that after Yangon, when we went outside of the Myanmar, we didn't have anything to aggregate because there were no cars. That's a reality. And because there was no car, the retail price that you're paying or drinking or water, whatever you see, 20 to 30% of the price was actually the transport cost because nothing was there. Everything was expensive. So what you needed is that rather than the technology, which is helpful to increase the productivity, you needed the actual assets, the cars. Then what do? So what we realized is that we went outside of Yangon and we found the rural area, actual rural area. First, we started with Mandalay. You discussed a little bit about the Mandalay, the smart city. We realized that there were a lot of bicycles. There were some cars, but there was a gap about the middle, where weatherproof cars. So we introduced the concept of three-wheelers, like tuk-tuk. What you see in India in tuk-tuk was not present in Myanmar. And that was a solution. So we were able to cut down prices for taxi prices to about 20% of what they were paying. Because in Yangon, you have 70,000 taxis. In Mandalay, you have 2,000 taxis. You just have simple supply and demand imbalances. All we are doing is just balancing it. How do we balance it and make it so all the new drivers that we finance, we actually bought 20% of all the imported tuk-tuk last year, has a new phone, a new platform, and that they can get more productivity out of it. So rather than starting from 4 to 6 rides a day, they have 26 rides a day in Mandalay currently right now. So imagine that you have a yellow cab in New York. Starting 100 years ago, they have a Uber at that time. That was the equivalent of it. So you now have an Uber right now. There's a new driverless car concept that's going to come in that's probably going to help with the transformation in the auto sector. But imagine for the first time in a state like Mandalay, in a state like Chin, you never had phone, you never had a utility of the car, now you have both. That is the sort of transformation. I don't want to call it transformation, whatever you call it. It will help. I do know that. So the second thing that we're trying to do as a company is that we want to actually help people from going from point A to point B. Point A means anywhere in Myanmar, anywhere. It could be a Chin state on the north, southern border of the Kachin border, or wherever it is. If you want to go to anyone globally, or New York or London, you should be able to do that through the phone or call center cheaply. Imagine that you go from there, from Chin State to Yangon in $10. That is a real transformation. That will lower the cost. What we're going to do is that, how do you do this? So you need different mode of transport. The first, you call us, we can probably at that time pick you up in a tuk-tuk, not that very nice, but it helps. Or maybe about motorbike, maybe not a brand new, it could be a used one, but it works. We will deliver to your bus station, express bus, we'll connect them in our system and they'll be able to book it. And after that, you'll be able to go to the airport or domestic flight or international flight. There's a lot of things that is needed to happen because that when you are looking at going from Yangon to New York to New York to Yangon, there's so much optimization that needs to take place because the price is different. So what I found is that if you buy a round trip ticket and if you buy different leg of ticket, the prices of buying different leg of ticket is much cheaper because you buy from Thailand and so on. So there's a lot of things that you need to optimize. So, but long story short, our goal is that commuting people, transporting people from any point in Myanmar to any point in global is worth the effort. and it's going to help us transform the country and our company and our people. So I'll stop here and thank you.
So if there are questions, please do ask.
I'm inspired. From the last minute when you were speaking, I got inspired. And in relation to if you're able to bring costs down from just a more efficient allocation of resources, what do you think is going to be, if you could make an estimation in terms of GDP, I'd love it. Okay. But if you make an estimation in terms of other economic metrics, it would help us better understand. How this comes about. Because one of the things that we're very interested in is the India, Myanmar, Thailand, highway to us unlocks, untold amount of economic growth. But there's one metric there's one piece of the puzzle that's missing with that, and that is primarily how do you deploy, more capillaries of roads and connecting and so on and so forth. Are you just gonna bolt the roads full of, toll roads for an economy like this that doesn't need any more weight on their back? That's not the way to do it. So that's the way to fulfill the benefit of the investors that are investing in the road, yeah. But the local community just has an extra weight on their shoulders that they don't need, okay? This is not a kind of an economy where they can take more weight on their shoulders, okay? So the fact that you're thinking about reducing costs all across, okay, so that you have more efficient transportation within the country, what do you think are going to be the net economic benefits upon that being achieved?
Sure. Let me start by giving some of the examples in the States. I think I'll talk to Myanmar and India as well. One of the biggest revolutions that helped the United States economy in the 1890s was the build-up of the railway system. That helped transform the United States. Among many other things, there were different shifts. But the fact that there was railways that can transport product at a cheaper rate was a boom to the United States economy. So the same, what we are looking at in Myanmar is that what are we going to? Because that was helpful for the United States about 100 years ago. And it's still helpful now. Can we do the same thing in Myanmar in terms of railways, roads? Or is it the role of the government? Or how can we help? For the Myanmar perspective, all we are doing was that, yes, there has to be a roads. But what sort of roads that we needed for our goods to be transported? So, there was a lot of mentioning of the Myanmar being the bridge between India and China, and it could be a potential for a hub, which is true. So I have mentioned about many hundred years ago, the rise of the Middle East was primarily attributable in the beginning to the use of the camel. They became the biggest traders in one of the history at that period of time because they were able to harness camel and they were able to, connect. And the same you can say about the airlines in the Middle East and so on. So how do you apply that in Myanmar? Because the trade is something that you're going to have to do no matter what. It may not do it now, but it will do it in 10 years, 20 years, or 30 years. When a new government comes, a good government can, a bad government can, a government will come and they will do this. So we will rather do it now. So to give you one example, we need, and Myanmar needs a lot of things. And as a company, when we look at it, we look at what are the appropriate type of cars. We look at two-wheelers, bikes, the cheapest for China. We look at four-wheeler cars. Everybody likes Japanese cars. But what do we like from India? We like three-wheelers, Bajaj, TVS, and those were what we needed. And that's going to come in. And that is coming in. And that is, I don't want to say we as a company, as an industry, there's a need. And for that, what's happening is that all these things were actually transported through the sea, through the containers. That is adding cost. So if you have better roads, so Let me give you one more example. The biggest trading partner in land in Myanmar was actually Thailand. We buy 1 out of 5 product from Thailand because we are connected through land. And most of the factories were actually manufacturers at the Thai border. And all the toothpaste and waters and ice creams that you eat were actually coming from Thailand because they have better technology, better roads. So if you have more roads, if we have more connectivity, and people will figure it out. So I think that, I think part of that change, there will be role for the private sector, investor, governments, and many digitalization processes from the beginning. If we're smart about it, it's going to happen.
Okay, I'll continue.
An inspiring answer to my question. I enjoyed listening to that. Very interesting. I'll think about it.
Okay,
Thank you guys.
You'll be speaking. I am thrilled and excited hearing you. He has employed around 600 drivers, if I'm not mistaken, and he has literally driven up the economic transformation in the country. Thank you, hearing it.
It's not me though.
One of the drivers.
Okay, so the next presenter, Mr. Ravindra Chait.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Rabindra Jain. I work for my company called 4R Consultancy, and I'm a head of India Myanmar Chamber Commerce, Health and Pharma Sector Executive Committee. So today I'm going to talk something very different, very innovative, like my predecessors had just talked, because Myanmar is a country where a lot of things need to be done. I come in this country around 2009, almost 10 years back.
Before you go ahead, please make the presentation a little short, because Joseph is already booking me. The restaurant will get closed.
Yeah, I will take not more than 15 minutes, less than that.
10 minutes maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So in this, when I come in this country, in that time we were having only 9%. In 2013, the mobile penetration in Myanmar is only 9%. In December 2018, the mobile penetration is 120%. So Myanmar is changing. And at the time, there are around 59.5 million mobile users. Out of this, 62% are having internet. And in Myanmar, internet means Facebook or Viber. If anybody ask him, you are using internet, he say no. I don't know. But when you will ask him, you use Facebook, he say yes, I have Facebook. So in Myanmar, the internet is synonyms of Facebook or Viber. So what happened? So currently around 37 million people in Myanmar, they are using Facebook, and the population of Myanmar around 53 million. So almost 75% of Myanmar population available on Facebook. So what we have done with this, I met my partner of the owner of Mijima TV. He own one of the news channel here, one of the platform Mijima. So we were met in one program. So I asked him, in Myanmar there is people doesn't know. Suppose they are in a family, you have a tuberculosis patient. So how you are going to deal with this patient? Because they may eat the same time, take a food together, and they are touching each other, and they are not taking care. So that can cause for another patient also. They can create in family another tuberculosis patient. But this is the applicable for tuberculosis patient only. But if you have a patient of cancer in your family, you can touch, you can hug, you can do whatever you want to do, because it is not infectious. So this all knowledge is not there for the people. So we design a program called 4R Health Talk. This may be the first program in the world which is designed without paying a single penny to anybody. This is a concept because I have been working in Myanmar for pharma industry for almost 8 years. So mostly doctors I am knowing and they are knowing to me. So what we are doing, we are calling all top doctors of Myanmar and they are coming for our program for 1 hour. And this program will going to come on live telecast on Facebook. So general public will going to ask question in Myanmar language, and that doctors who is very busy in Myanmar in every day his practice, he cannot answer this question and answer. But during this time, he can answer and he can detail. Suppose you have a diabetes, which type of food you have to take, what you have to take, what you not to take. Because for general public, the knowledge about the health is very, very important. Because if you take care of your health, you don't need lot of wealth, because my saying says if you are healthy you can get the wealth, but if you are wealthy you may get health or may not get health. So we have to be healthy, because when in 2013 Myanmar economy opened up, lot of all these big chains has come like Pizza Hut, Pizza Company, all type of fast food has come. Life is changing. People start eating all these things. So now number of patient for diabetes is growing. Number of hypertensive patient is growing. Number of cancer patient is growing. So for that we are making people aware what you need to eat, what you not to eat. So currently this my program is coming on weekly, first on Facebook Live, and then it's come 4 times on Mijima TV. It is called 4 Hour Health Talk, and currently in Myanmar, this is one of the most popular TV show about health. And every day we are getting a lot of good feedback from everywhere. Even whenever I go, sometimes people recognize me and they ask me, oh, I just saw you on TV. You are doing good job, and people are appreciating, and it is helping people. Especially very recently, I got one call. Someone called me from Putao, and some people call from Big. They watch on Facebook, and our Mijima TV channel is that is a free to air channel, so people can watch anytime. Next slide. Next. Next. Yeah, this is a Professor Nevin, and this is the you see when this program come for 1 hour, it reach for 137,601 people watch. They reach this program, and that particular time around 14,000 people have already watched and that particular time. And this program is available anytime. People can watch in their convenient time. Go to next slide. Yeah, this is Professor Kimawin. He is one of the leading hepatologists. Myanmar is an endemic area for hepatology. We have a lot of hepatitis B and C. As you already must be knowing all, by 2025, the mostly people will going to die due to the cancer. And in this cancer, mostly will going to be a liver cancer, because in the world, there is only one business is growing around the world. That is a liquor business. There is no country in the world where it is degrowing. Everywhere it is growing, and it is creating lot of liver patient around the world. So this when people doesn't know when they have a hepatitis, and what to eat, what not to eat, and if they do liver transplant, what they are going to do. Next. And this is another professor. He is a head of the department rheumatology, and we were talking. This program was so popular because he was talking about arthritis. It reached only in 1 hour for 353,000 on that particular time, and it watched around 50,000 people. Next. And this last video. No, last. Okay, this is our promo. So this is just a 2-minute video. Here we have called the all top Myanmar doctors. They are talking about different disease like pediatric, dermatology, and all others. And day by day, this program is become very popular. And just I want to say one more thing because in Myanmar, Facebook everybody is having. So I will request you people, those are working in digital technology, plan some product which can use with the Facebook. So you no need to create anything because people are already using that. And now I'm starting a telemedicine also with Apollo Hospital India. So the doctor will be sitting in Chennai and he will be seeing the Myanmar patient while sitting here at very reasonable price, maybe only at $10. So there is no need to go them to anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we envisaged all challenges and all opportunities. If there are any questions, please.
Yeah, I have a question slash comment. This is an adventure of an event, you know, the mics and everything. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I found it very interesting that you have a health focus, which I was unaware of. Okay. So I found it rather interesting that there is a push towards greater health, but I noticed some hints as far as cost reductions and trying to make medicine more available and things like that. We don't have this as a focus today, but we have another arm of the business that's called Relex Life. We partnered with the first chief scientist that figured out how to make vitamin B2 inhalable. Okay, and from there, the company developed a line of different inhalable products. They just partnered with us, and through the blockchain, we funded the world's first anti-smoking inhalable, funded via blockchain technology. Okay, so you might find it very interesting, and I'd like to have your opinion on this.
Okay.
If we're able to create inhalable drugs onto the Myanmar market for a development cost per product of $30,000 to $40,000 for the supplement market, and about double that for the pharmaceutical market, how much of a digital transformation do you think that has to play, especially when these inhalable devices have the ability to have Bluetooth technology that can transmit information to patients and doctors? How interested do you think Myanmar would be, from that level? Are there any national initiatives in order to achieve those things?
Okay, next week I'm going to do one program about you are talking, it's a future, but currently in Myanmar, people don't, for asthmatic patient, they don't take inhaler also. So we will going to talk the doctors, we will be calling the two respiratory professor, they will going to demonstrate how to take inhaler, because mostly people they are afraid because what Myanmar is today, it is like a 25-year-old India. That time in India also, if you take inhaler, people, oh, you are taking this pump, means you are already dead. So that is if they were having thinking. Same thing in Myanmar. So many people they don't want to take inhaler. So what we are going to do, we are calling to these top professor. They will going to talk the advantage of these inhalers. So then it first can start for asthma. So it's a platform. We can teach the people, and then what we are doing in continuation of that, after this program, we make a CD of 1 hour program, and we are giving all over the Myanmar to all general practitioner. So they can watch when patient is waiting outside, and that there are 25-30 patient is there. They are watching all other type of TV programs. In spite of watching this TV program, we are requesting doctor to put this DVD and repeat again and again, so they will understand. Another thing in this, we can reduce the cost also, because if doctor, like someone is sitting in bed, he has some problem, he no need to come to Yangon, he can send his their report to air with digital transformation. With we are working with Tata telemedicine, so this machine, everything will be like you both are sitting in front, or you may be sitting anywhere, can be work.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you. the restaurant will close 2:30. So we go first lunch, then we come back 2:30, and then you can raise questions. I think this is the best way. Otherwise, restaurant will close 2:30. So we have to respect also. So thank you very much. And next question, if you want to ask after lunch, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to thank Joseph for organizing all of this once again. So he has been particular on us. We should cooperate all of this. And thank you, Joseph, once again.
Equation restaurant.